Hello friends. Welcome to the Phoenix What If. How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto was become the prince of Bleach world and get married with Orihime Inoue. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also if possible share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. Day in the Soul Society morning. Naruto opened his eyes and slowly sat up. What is it? He mumbled. Fourth seat Inuzuka Kiba here. The door was banged again. Wake up you idiot. Someone is here to see the Taiko and I can't find him anywhere. Is he there? Here? Why in the hell would he be here? Naruto mumbled and looked around his simple room. There is nobody here. Expect me. Now, go away and let me sleep. There was a moment of pause. Wake up you idiot. There is a messenger from the first squad who wants to talk with the Taiko. Why'd I even have to talk with him? I'm only the fourth seat anyway. At least give me a promotion and... Naruto opened the door, fully dressed now, glaring daggers into one other's heart. Shut up, okay? He yawned loudly. Now, where's the messenger? Waiting for you in the lobby, with all the girls of our squad, Kiba muttered angrily. You mean, yeah, Emo King has entered the building. Naruto muttered and placed his Zanpakuto to its place on the waist. They walked through the corridors. Where's the third seat? Izuru is searching for the captain. Kiba answered. What are we going to do with him? There's nothing we can do really. Naruto shrugged. He is our captain, that's it. You're only saying that because you're the second in command, Kiba muttered. Naruto chuckled. Maybe so. They entered the lobby where they were greeted by a familiar sight. Black-haired man standing in the middle of a crowd of women while trying his best to ignore them, which didn't seem bother women trying to get his attention. What's so cool about him? I could beat him if I wanted to. Kiba muttered, jealous of all the girls swirling around him. How should I know? Naruto shrugged. Don't you have anything to do? He exclaimed loudly to the group of women who jumped in shock before running out of the lobby apologizing and greeting him. What is it, Teme? Unlike you, we are actually pretty busy here. Sasuke snorted. Doing what? Being a loser? You bazzer? Kiba rushed towards him but Naruto stopped him. How I spent my days is my business. He smiled proudly like sleeping all day was something to be proud of. But what is the message? Sasuke ignored him. Where is that captain of yours? He asked looking around the lobby. At the same moment Kira Izuru ran to them and whispered to Naruto's ear. He is meditating. I see. Naruto sighed. What a pain in the ass. But anyway, what's the message? Tell me so I can deliver it. The message is to captain of the squad, not to the dead last like you. You forgot that I am the vice captain of this squad? Sixth seat? Naruto said the words with most pleasure. I outrank you from now on. He smiled proudly. Actually, even Kiba and Izuru outrank you. He exchanged smile with the two. Fuku Taiko. Izuru tried to scold him. Damn right, Kiba yelled loudly. I'm the fourth seat. You're only merely sixth seat. So tell us the message and crawl under the rock you came from. Sasuke's face made an evil grin. I'm the sixth seat of the first squad, also known as the best squad. You better to remember that. You want to find the truth? Kiba asked angrily and took a hold of the scabbard of his Zanpakuto. Of which squad is better? I'm up to it here and now. Kiba-san. Izuru yelled and stepped between them. Stop that, now. Be you. Kiba tried to argue. Listen to Izuru. Naruto said calmly. So, can you tell us the message today or do we have to wait for much longer? Sasuke turned his back to them. Captains are going to hold a meeting to welcome the new captain of the 10th squad. All vice captains and captains are to be present. The meeting begins at noon. So that means, I won't have to watch your ugly face, huh? Naruto nodded. You can go. Sasuke sneered and walked away. Just on the front door, he stopped and looked around. Such a run-down place, but I guess squad and barracks go hand in hand both in fame and state of condition. What was that? Kiba asked furious. Even Izuru was now glaring at his back. I don't know what that man was thinking when choosing you as his squad's officers. But I guess he had his reasons, how drunk he might have been. Both third and fourth seats were holding their scabbards now. Naruto had to keep his calm no matter how hard it was. He would let the bastard have the enjoyment of being able to make him lose his cool. Leave, 6th seed Uchiha Sasuke, before I make you. You think you had what it takes to take me on? Sasuke asked, now taking the hold of his scabbard as well. Unlike you, I reached my seat myself. Not with the help of my mother's name. You bastard, Kiba was about to jump on him. Stop, Naruto yelled. Stand down, Kiba. But Naruto, that was totally, stand down, both of you. He and Naruto glared each other there for a while. What's the ruckus over here? Both of them looked over to the new voice. Older man with white hair and a bathrobe was walking towards them. He looked like he had just woken up and was suffering from a hangover. Everyone should know the rule, no loud voices until noon. Good morning, Jiraiya Taiko. Both Kiba and Izuru bowed their backs in respect to the man. So you finally woke up? Naruto muttered amused. And I thought I would have to come and wake you up myself. I would rather sleep forever than let a guy to wake me up. Jiraiya giggled. If it was one of our female members it would completely different matter. Taiko. Izuru scolded him. There is a message from the first squad. Jiraiya shifted his eyes to the man at the doorway. Uchiha Sasuke. Huh? What brings a genius like you to my squad? I am sorry but I have no vacant officer's seat available. There was a moment when Sasuke's voice could be heard even though he didn't open his mouth. Are you kidding me? But quickly he improved his act and politely shook his head. No thank you. I'm here only to deliver the message. Your officers have already heard it. I myself have to hurry and deliver the message to everyone. Goodbye. He left before anything else could be said. Bastard. Kiba muttered after he was gone. That was completely out of line. I agree. Izuru nodded. You shouldn't take it too seriously, Fuku Taiko. Thanks, I guess. Naruto muttered. Anyway, Ero Taiko, you are expected to show up to welcome the new captain of the 10th squad at noon. That's it? Why should I go? I don't feel like doing anything today. Jiraiya muttered and stood up. Then sudden shrieks made everyone halt. Pervert. Some female squad members screamed and run through corridors covering their eyes. Taiko. Please put some clothes on. Izuru asked embarrassed. Little more dignified actions would be for worse. What? Jiraiya asked confused before grinning painfully. This headache is getting worse. Naruto, get your ass back to the 4th squad and ask them send some nurse to heal my head. Naruto nodded quietly. I'll leave things to you, Izuru. He muttered and walked out of the barracks. Ah, yes, Fuku Taiko. Izuru nodded. Come, Kiba-san. Sure, I hate that guy, I would like to, and then, he mumbled things like this all the way out of the lobby. Jiraiya's side was still sitting on the floor, now completely awake. That kid never has it easy, has he? He had sent Naruto away to give him some time to think his things through. Naruto was walking through streets of Seirei. He was quiet in thought of what Sasuke Teme had said. Uchihas were a noble family as well, so why did he have to bring that up? Naruto was well aware that he was still a rookie vice captain, but he was doing his best. He sighed sadly. He had been the dead last in the academy and it had been a miracle that any squad had recruited him. He had been one of the foot soldiers of that squad, doing only menial tasks just like the captain of that squad had wished him to do. Keeping him out of the front lines. Of course that hadn't prevented him from training until he had finally able to reach his Shikai. He looked down to his Zanpakuto. It had been a complete accident actually that he had been able to reach that ability. He had been doing some deliveries through the Soul Society when a hollow had attacked him. Alone, he had no choice but to fight, and so he had. Unfortunately it had been way too strong for a dead last like him and almost defeated him. That was until his Zanpakuto had called him. He had been able to release it and hollow was defeated. Simple as that. After the fight, out of nowhere the captain of the 3rd squad had appeared and asked if he wanted to learn few tricks from him. After a few weeks of secret training, he raised the query he had on his mind from the start. Would you become my second in command? He had asked and now he was here. The vice captain of the 3rd squad. He tried his best not to let Jiraiya Taiko down. After he thought about it, he was quite happy with how the things turned out. It had taken a while but few days ago, finally his squad had accepted him. It had been after the unofficial never-happened duel between Kiba and Naruto, where Naruto had to everyone's surprise, defeated him. After that, things had been easier and now he could actually be proud of his choice to join the third squad. Naruto stretched his arms lazily. Yes, he was most satisfied with the way the things were. Finally he arrived to the fourth squad barracks where he recognized a familiar sight sweeping in front of the main doors. Hana. Yo, he exclaimed loudly and happily. Naruto-san. Nice to see you after a while. Younger boy smiled before he realized it. I'm sorry it's. Don't say that now. Naruto calmed him down. I'm here with official business of my squad, but you can always call me by my name. After all, he smiled. We are friends. Thank you, Naruto-san. Hanataro Yamada nodded shyly. You were always so good to me, he muttered happily. Anything wrong? Nothing. It's just that, after you were gone it has been a little lonely here. He muttered, sweeping again. How are things in your new squad? They are going fine. Naruto smiled. I'm quite satisfied with the way things are now. You're one step close to your dream then, huh? Hanataro asked. Yes. He nodded proudly. One day, I will be the captain commander. At same moment someone slapped the back of his head. Yeah right, baka. Ow. He clutched to his head. Who the hell? Sakura-san. You shouldn't do that. Hanataro tried to stop the pink-haired woman who had just appeared behind them with a group of squad members. Did you say something? Seventh seat? Sakura asked warningly. And you should be doing your chores, not running around acting stupid. She sighed. You're totally helpless. I go away for few weeks and what I find? You two slacking off like usual. Sakura-san. You have been on a mission for so long that you don't. Hanataro tried to explain. Naruto stopped him and smiled. I will if you go to a date with me. Naruto smirked. Huh. How many times I have to tell you that I'm in love with Sasuke-kun? He both outranks and outsmarts you. You understand? I'm the sixth seat. Just like him. We are meant to be. She started dreaming. You dream on. Sasuke-kun belongs to me. Ninth seat. Yamanaka Ino stated loudly. You on the other hand aren't even a seated officer, but you are only recruited because your mother happens to be the captain. Sakura-san, that's completely out of. Hanataro tried to calm them down but Naruto stopped him again. Okay. I understand. You're the sixth seat, and I'm nobody. He smiled happily. I understand. He walked away. Good luck, Hana. He smirked before disappearing through the barracks. What was that all about? Sakura asked curiously. Did something happen while I was away? Hanataro quickly continued to sweep the floor. Well, nothing that special, I guess. Naruto walked through the hallways of the barracks knowing his way around. He knew the fourth barracks like his own backyard, so he knew how to navigate his way to his destination without facing too many people. Everyone he met bowed and treated him like he was a complete stranger. He ignored most of them until he found the door he was looking for. First he raised his hand to knock before he thought, why bother? He slammed the door open and exclaimed loudly. Yo, what's up? Naruto-kun, I mean Senju Fuku Taiko. We are now both vice captains. Shizune, the vice captain of the fourth squad, greeted him happily as he entered the office. What brings you here? I'm here for a request of my captain. Naruto answered, bored, looking around the office, ignoring the person behind the desk. How are things here? Quiet. Shizune answered. And not so quiet. We are still quite shocked that you left us so easily. Really? Naruto asked indifferently. What surprised me is that I was able to leave this place. Right, Ka-san. I allowed you to join that idiot's squad, and not only that but he made you his vice captain. Is he brain dead? Not that I need an answer for that. Senju Tsunade, captain of the fourth squad, muttered. Mother of Naruto and head of Senju, one of the four great noble houses just like Shiwan and Kuchiki. Are you sure you don't want to come back? I can give you even a place as a seated officer if that's what you want. And put me on my place to sweep the floors with Hanataro like always? Naruto added rather coldly. It was true that his mother had recruited him from the academy herself, but no to favor him. It was to prevent any other squad taking him. Tsunade was extremely overprotective of his only son, and that's why he had always done usual errands instead of fighting or even interacting with other squads. So he would stay out of harm's way. Sweeping floors, washing laundry and in the meantime hoping he would come to his senses and start taking keto training more seriously and become a medic. But she must have been cursed because on a routine delivery mission he had fought a hollow and also reached his Shikai. And then that pervert had arrived and asked him to join his squad. Tsunade had tried almost everything to prevent this transfer, but Naruto was stubborn and won the struggle. It had taken a lot of sake and power to accept the fact. Her baby boy was growing head, she couldn't stop it or even control it. She sighed. With your keto control there's nothing else I can give you. Life sucks. Naruto smiled proudly. Anyway, Ero Taiko wants a hot nurse to heal. Rejected. Tsunade said flatly before standing up and quickly jumping over her desk. She crushed him to a tight hug. But I guess I need someone to look after him so he doesn't kill himself. So, what really brought you here? Nothing special. He shrugged after she let him go. I just wanted to have a talk with you after a while, you know. I see. Tsunade walked back to her desk. What is it? You can tell me, right, Shizune? Of course. Shizune had always been like an older sister to Naruto, so it was easy to confide in her. Let me guess. It was Emo King once again, wasn't it? Yeah. Naruto muttered. He really pisses me off. He clutched his fist. I'm getting really pissed of that. Only my squad treats me like a vice captain. To everyone else I'm always the son of Senju, and, dead last, I really hate it. Tsunade sighed. That's because they're jealous, she answered. And it is quite exceptional that you became a vice captain of another squad just like that. It does raise few questions. Naruto sighed. I understand that, but still, think it this way. Shizune smiled. You're the first one of your graduate class to reach the spot of vice captain. I guess that is something. Naruto shrugged. There was a moment of silence until it was broken by knocking sound. Tsunade Taiko. Can I come in? Sakura's voice asked. Sure. Tsunade said back and the door was opened. What is it? Third seat of fourth squad came asking if his vice captain was here. But it's only Naruto. Sakura said after looking around. I was hoping to see the new vice captain myself. Naruto was on the bad mood, so he didn't even bother to answer. What is it, Izuru? Naruto. You should treat officers of other squads with more respect. Sakura slapped him painfully. Even if they are not from our squad. It's okay, Haruno-san. Izuru hurried to calm her down. Anyway, Taiko has disappeared again. What? Naruto asked. How did that happen? Izuru looked a little uncomfortable. Taiko wanted to go take a bath, so we gave him a little privacy, but when Kiba went to give him his clothes he had disappeared. Naruto groaned. What a troublesome captain. Okay, I'm off. Take care, Sakura-chan. What? She asked confused. What? Naruto had taken a chance of an opening and gave her little peek on the cheek. And before she could retaliate, Naruto had rushed out of the office laughing like a lil kid, leaving very uncomfortable Izuru alone with laughing Shizune, angry Tsunade and enraged Sakura. I shall take me leave then. He bowed quickly and run after his vice captain, Fuku Taiko. Naruto. Get your ass back here. That's an order, Sakura screamed from the top of her lungs. I'm sorry Sakura-san, but Naruto-kun isn't under your rule anymore, Shizune answered. What? Naruto laughed happily when his ears heard a very loud scream which sounded something like, what? Fuku Taiko. That wasn't very professional. Izuru scolded him when they run side by side towards the business area of the Seirei. It was worth it. Naruto smiled proudly. It seems that you're on better mood, Fuku Taiko. Why wouldn't I? He asked. Anyway, let's find that pervert wherever he is hiding. You look all taverns on that side while I go this way. Wait. What is it, Fuku Taiko? If you are here, then who is in lead of the squad? Naruto paled. Don't tell me. Okay. The awesome Kiba Inuzuka is here to kick some serious ass. Kiba's voice echoed through the third squad's barracks. First rule, every girl go topless. 2 minutes later an emergency call was made to the fourth squad. It seems that a hollow had found its way to the Seirei without anyone noticing, and then it had beaten unsuspecting Kiba to a bulb and written a word pervert all over his body before he was rescued by female members of the squad. No one wanted to question this theory. So when Naruto and Izuru finally reached the barracks, they were greeted by the fifth seat. Maybe next time you should remain here and send Kiba to fetch me, Naruto muttered. I guess, Izuru muttered. What should we do about Taiko? Leave him be. He will crawl out from his rock when he is needed. Anyway, we still have our jobs to do. This sure is some nice sake. Shunsui? Jiraiya took a gulp and laughed. Good. Yes, it is. Captain of the 8th, Kyoraku Shunsui smiled back. I was little surprised that you invited me to drinking this early in the morning. But not that I'm going to complain. Nanao-chan might get a little upset when she finds out. But that can wait. Now, what you wanted to talk about? Talk about? What you mean? Jiraiya asked. I'm here only to have a drink with my good friend. But Shunsui only kept smiling. Jiraiya sighed and gave up. I'm curious. Jiraiya was known of his curious nature, and that also made him one of the most knowledgeable people in the Seirei with his own spy network. About the new captain of the 10th squad, he answered. I heard that he was a young prodigy. Me too. Shunsui admitted. There seems to be prodigies and geniuses everywhere these days, don't you think? So it wasn't you who supervised his Bankai? Jiraiya asked. No, it wasn't. Shunsui shook his head. You must really be on the end of your rope if you are asking me about this. He laughed. Jiraiya grumbled. I hate this. Well, I'll find out sooner or later. Yes, you do. His friend took another long gulp of sake. I have a question for you in turn. Yes. Let me guess, it's about Naruto. Yes, the famous Senju heir. Is it true that you took him as your vice captain just because Tsunade-san asked you to? What you think? Shunsui smirked. That you are not that kind of person who would do something like that. Or that Tsunade-san would have ever asked you to do that. Knowing her, you had to fight to get what you wanted. The question is, was it worth it? What you mean? I admit that it's none of my business what kind of person is another squad's vice captain, but I have heard rumors that he was the dead last of his class. Jiraiya completed the sentence. Was only a foot soldier in his old squad, almost no skill with Kido? They're all true? Then why? For several reasons, but the biggest one you'll understand when you meet him. And it's not all true what they say. He isn't that weak. He only needs some battle experience and he could have easily become a vice captain in any another squad. And now after few weeks I can truthfully say that it was a good choice. Just in short time he has been able to get the approval of the whole squad. He can be calm and collected when needed and is very good leader material. Even if he is stubborn, childish and a complete idiot. He sounds exactly like you. Shunsui pointed out, little surprised. And I'm serious too. I'm actually quite pleased with the fact that all the captain posts are filled right now. It would have only been a matter of time before he had asked for the captain test himself. Now I can just sit back and let him do all my work. Oyhoyh. That's not very nice thing to do. Shunsui scolded him. Like you're in any position to judge me. Where's your vice captain? Jiraiya asked. Okay, he is a good leader, but is he strong? He was the dead last of his graduate class, right? So is he really suitable to be a vice captain? For the first time, Jiraiya seemed serious. He is strong, he said with uncharacteristic gloom voice which made even Shunsui to lower his drink. There was a moment of silence to what seemed like he was reminiscing something. That is one of the reasons I wanted to make sure he would be a member of my squad. Shunsui leaned back. That really surprised me. I can't wait to meet him. Well, we're supposed to welcome the new captain of the 10th squad soon enough. You will meet him in the process. Then the mood saddened considerably. That bastard, Jiraiya muttered. Why couldn't it have been me? Shunsui agreed. To have a vice captain with biggest. They ended the sentence together. Well, excuse me for not being a bimbo. They both gulped and turned to the door where vice captain of the 8th squad was releasing tremendous killing aura. So this is where you were. I am sorry, Nanao-chan. I was only kidding. My cute Nanao-chan. Help me out, Jiraiya-kun. Jiraiya-kun? Gamakon Taiko. A.N. I don't know Jiraiya's last name, so I made my own, ran away. At the same moment Jiraiya appeared at street. Sorry, pal, he muttered as he walked away. Arrow Taiko. All too familiar scream echoed through the street. That was way too cruel. Jiraiya muttered to himself. Getting a scolding from a kid like him. And I thought vice captains were supposed to be under captains. I can hear you, Taiko. Naruto exclaimed loudly. Anyway, you get yourself ready for departing to the first barracks. Welcome back, Taiko. Fuku Taiko. Guards bowed to them as they passed the gate, as they walked through the main doors. Fuku Taiko. Awful trouble. Some female squad members rushed to him, ignoring Jiraiya completely. Awful trouble. Calm down. What is it? Naruto asked and stepped forward. Lucky bastard. Jiraiya muttered bitterly. Why all chicks are around him? Because our squad's girls have a bad taste when it comes to men. The answer came behind him. Taiko. Kiba limped to his side. Good point. Fourth seat. Jiraiya nodded sagely. If you had shown such intellect when I was looking for a vice captain, you would have made me a third seat when I had promoted Izuru. Jiraiya crushed his hopes with that. Well, it's not like I would have wanted the job. Kiba leaned back lazily, and I think Naruto is doing a lot better job than I would have in his place. Exactly. Jiraiya smirked. Look at him. People come to him with different kind of problems, yet he is not even a least bit of panicked. Many people only see his goofy side and never have a chance to see this. Inuzuka. Hi, Taiko? Kiba tried to correct his posture. You have to help him every way you can. That's your job with Izuru. Hi. Kiba nodded proudly. I will do my best. By the way, here are the pictures of my scouting mission. He handed him an envelope secretly. I see. Jiraiya blushed slightly. I value your efforts to always complete missions I give you. He took a little peek to the envelope. Upskirt pictures of nurses. Yes, very much so. Thank you, Taiko. And I want you three to do what I told you before. We will be gone at least couple of hours, so contact Izuru if there are any troubles. Okay? Hi, Fuku Taiko. Girls screamed excitedly. Even though Uchiha Sasuke was the Shinigami of the month in 3 months in a row, nobody in the third squad thought of him nothing more than as an idol. A dream. A fantasy. Naruto-kun on the other hand was real. Cute looking, smart, funny with a rank, and also he was an heir of one of the most prestigious noble houses in all the Seirei. So there was a man with many, rank, looks and mind. In short, other words, Sasuke-kun was soon being replaced. Damn lucky bastard. Jiraiya muttered bitterly. What did I do now? Naruto asked annoyed. You're such an idiot. Kiba screamed before running away fuming with his limping leg. What was that all about? He asked curiously. Naruto continued his job as a vice captain of the squad, oblivious to the couple of spying eyes. It's true. First one whispered from her hiding place, a small bush. Naruto Baka is really a vice captain. This must be some sick joke, right? I don't know. The other one whispered back. It's just, how did this happen? Seriously, pig, how did he become a vice captain in only few weeks we were gone? I don't know it, forehead, but what about now? Inoue asked a little cautiously. What you mean? Are you going to move along with your boyfriend to a new squad? Inoue smiled childishly. You have to move fast or those other girls will steal him from you. He is not my boyfriend, she yelled. What was that? Someone of the guards asked. I'm not too sure. Let's check it out. This is bad, Inoue screamed and jumped out of her bush and rushed towards the wall that separated the third barracks from the rest of the Seirei. Wait for my you pig. Sakura ran behind her. Hey you two, stop, what are you doing here? But the two were long gone before that. Did you see that? One of the guards asked. Those two were. They were girls. I think I have seen them before in the fourth squad. No way. The first one groaned. Not only girls in our squad but others too? My friend is in the first squad and he told me how he always has to fend off girls who try to get their hands on Uchiha-kun. Does this mean we will have to do the same, do we? I hope not. Me neither. Taiko. They both jumped back in shock. Don't sneak up on us like that. Sorry. He waved his hand. Anyway, Naruto, let's get going. We're late as we are. Coming. Naruto exited the barracks beaming. Later, and Kiba, please be aware of hollows lurking around. They can really be a trouble if you're not careful. Shut up, was the only reply he received. Jiraiya and Naruto walked through Seirei to the first barracks. Feeling any better? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Naruto asked like there were no worries in a world. This happy-go-lucky attitude of his was really annoying when it came to it. Just what you meant by that? Nothing. Jiraiya looked away. Anyway, what kind of person this 10th squad captain is? How should I know? Jiraiya asked. I've never met him before. Naruto glared him for a moment. Jiraiya sighed. His name is Hitsugaya Toshiro. He is told to be a prodigy. His Zanpakuto is named Hirenmaru. It's an ice-based Zanpakuto. He is said to be cold as ice, has no friends, easily annoyed by goofing off. Has some weird family kind relationship with Hinamori-chan, the vice captain of the 5th squad. Has family in Rukongai, old woman, his grandmother if I'm correct. He likes Nanao but doesn't like persimmons. His preferred girl type isn't known. Naruto was quiet for a moment. That was filling. You asked. You know spying into other people's lives isn't nice. I'm curious. That's the human nature. Bullshit. Naruto muttered. You're just nosy. Then he coughed. What you have on Sakura-chan? Not again. For the last time, I won't give you any information because you ask like a lovesick poppy. Why? Why is so bad for me to want to have Sakura-chan as my girlfriend? I'm sure she will see how great I am any day now. Jiraiya sighed. Boy, he laid his hand fatherly over his shoulder. I know how it feels to be first time in love. Trust me, I've been there too. About a millennium ago. Naruto muttered. Shut up, anyway, because you're just a kid. You think everything will work okay and you and this pink head with no real figure is the one. Because she is the first one, right? But the world doesn't work that way. Do you know why theirs is a first love? Why? So our hearts would be broken, smashed, eaten, burned, and shattered to 1,000 pieces. Jiraiya sighed sadly. But that happens so after our first heartbreak we are ready for our true love and all the hardship she brings with herself. Naruto was silent for a moment. I'm almost convinced. If only you weren't famous of being a lonely creep who has a habit of peeping into women's bath. That has nothing to do with this. Jiraiya yelled angrily. Could you even consider test driving another girl? You might actually enjoy it. And when being occupied with your girlfriend, all other girls lose their interest in you. Come on. Would that be so bad? Let's presume you're right and Sakura won't even consider me as her boyfriend. Who would? Naruto asked. You know, almost every girl in the Soul Society. Like, he looked around. Like, her. Who? The vice captain of the 8th squad. She is right over there. Jiraiya pointed towards the direction where Shunsui and Nanao were walking from. Shunsui acted like a scolded dog. Shunsui-kun. Hi there. He rushed to his friend's side. Sorry about this morning. I was in a real big hurry so I had no choice. You'll forgive me, right? Oyhoyh, if anything, at least not that easily, you know? My cute Nanao-chan had to scold me long for drinking with you. How are you going to reconcile with that? Jiraiya quickly jumped to his side and whispered few things to his ear. What? You can't be. Shunsui disagreed but Jiraiya continued fighting with him. That's true but, I know but, are you sure? Jiraiya smirked and nodded. Think about it all that we can achieve if I'm right? But what if you're wrong? They can become a real pain when together, you know. Don't worry. If I am right, she will be too busy keeping him in the line while he is too busy trying to run away. But if I won't forgive him if he insult her, Shunsui said stubbornly. Don't worry. He would never hurt a girl seriously, trust me. When he finally gets himself a girlfriend, he will make her feel luckiest girl in the universe. Meanwhile Naruto was leaning to his hands lazily. What's that all about? He muttered to no one specific. This is getting boring. I don't believe we have met before. My name is Nanao. Nanao walked up to him cautiously. I'm the vice captain of the 8th squad. Nice to meet you. She corrected her glasses. Naruto watched at her for a moment like she had just said something weird. Then he remembered. Right? I'm Naruto, nice to meet you. Nanao was taken aback by his rude actions. Not only was he a vice captain like herself but also a member of a great clan, yet he talked like that. Did that even count as an introduction? I like ramen and different variations of it. He continued suddenly. My dream is to become the captain commander of Gote 13 and show everyone what I can do. I don't like violet girls or stuck-up people who think they are better than others. I see. Nanao's sweat dropped. So, ERHM, so you like ramen? What kind of question was that? She cursed to herself. Yeah. Very much. I also have dream of finding every ramen flavor of the world and eating them. He smiled proudly. What's your dream? While Nanao was trying to avoid awkward questions she was receiving, both Shunsui looked at Jiraiya doubtfully. You think he's a good boyfriend for my little Nanao-chan? He's a charmer. He just doesn't know it yet. Jiraiya smirked. Trust me, according to my sources he could be the next Shinigami of the month. You're kidding me, right? Shunsui whispered in shock. What's not to like it? He is blonde, blue eyes, has a good smile and posture. Most girls in my squad are taken by him. If only he knew it. You mean he is an idiot? Pretty much, yeah. After a moment Shunsui leaned back and laughed heartedly. So true. Why, you picked a vice captain just like yourself. I wouldn't be surprised even if you were his father, are you? Of course not. I would never sleep with a monkey, no matter how desperate I am. Tsunade joined to the conversation as they appeared from behind the corner, Shizune walking behind her. Hi, Naruto. How are you doing? She joined to the first line with other captains when Shizune walked next to Naruto. They continued their journey towards the first barracks. I'm fine, thanks. Naruto yelled like it was nothing. Ne-chan, how did Sakura-chan take the news? She was shocked. Shizune admitted, but I really can't blame her. What happened? Nanao asked curiously, trying to change the subject from ramen to something more intellectual. Well, one of our seated officers took the news of Naruto's transfer pretty roughly. I see. I can't say I blame them, she added under her breath. Shizune-san, how is your work these days? Quite well, thank you. There hasn't been anything too big going on lately, so it's easy. Little boring, but I like it this way. There was a moment of silence. So, Naruto-kun, any new girls in sight yet? Every captain stopped in the middle of their steps when they heard this question. Nah. It just seems that there is no girl there for me. Everyone sighed and continued their walk. Why not? Shizune asked. Or do you still think Haruno-san will fall in love with you? Well, it's possible, isn't it? There is no way a girl would fall for you, Nanao said rather rudely. What you mean? Naruto sounded like he had just been kicked. Your rude, irritating and childish personality makes it seem that you can't take anything seriously. Your dreams are childish and support that image. Not mentioning your reputation as a dead lad and your mysterious promotion makes it all more likely that people won't take you seriously, so no woman would seriously seek a relationship with you. Nanao-chan, isn't that bit too much? Shunsui asked when Tsunade started fuming on his side. My son isn't good enough for like you. Was written all over her face. To Jiraiya most of the stuff she said made sense. But Rangaku-chan said that those make me look cute, Naruto whimpered. Well, excuse me if you only take advices from big ed people instead of an intellectual like me, she fumed angrily. Jiraiya and Shunsui had to grab a hold on Tsunade's arms to hold her back so she wouldn't kill her to the spot. You got something to say? Nanao ignored her completely. True. You obviously have a cute side, and you can amuse ladies and your looks aren't that bad, but those would only get ladies' attention. Soon as the first attraction fades off they will start to look for something more reliable and, how to put this, mature and cooler, understand? There was a amount that Naruto thought about it. I think you got a point there. And also, you must find out what a word, romance, means. Well, I do know that much at least. I did read the Rose-Colored Path when it was published. Naruto shrugged. You actually read it? Nanao asked confused. Taiko's novel? Oh yeah, it was written by, what his name was, Kyoraku Shunsui. 8th Division Captain suggested hopefully. You read my novel? Did you like it? I did. Well, most of it. The ending kind of sucked. Too tragic if you ask me. Naruto explained. Wait a minute, did you say you wrote it? He just said he did. You idiot, Tsunade screamed flustered. Can we move on? We're almost late because of you. Don't worry. There's still time. Everyone turned around to see another captain-vice captain pair walking to them. Nice to see you all. Sosuke-kun. Shunsui greeted the newcomer, and Hinamori-chan. Nice to see you both. Thank you, Kyoraku Taiko. 5th Squad Vice Captain bowed respectfully. She and Aizen joined the group which began moving again. Captains began talking about their new colleague when vice captains started talking about things. So, how are things in your end, Hinamori-san? Shizune asked in friendly manner. Everything all right? Yes. Of course. She smiled. Aizen Taiko has been a little busy lately but nothing more. Shizune and Hinamori changed pleasantries but Naruto wasn't ready for it. The things Nanao had said were still bothering him. So you mean that if I would start more maturely and goof off a little less, Sakura-chan would fall for me? A vein appeared on Nanao's forehead. I wouldn't know, now would I? But it's true that more mature way of acting and little respect for your superiors wouldn't hurt your image. That sounds so hard. Naruto cried out like he was suffering. There's no way I could do something like that. Not when your brains are on, at least. Jiraiya muttered under his breath. What is it, Gamakon-san? Aizen asked politely. Nothing. Jiraiya smiled. Naruto used his thinking posture while walking. So let me get this straight, if I were smart, mature and respecting guy, you would go out with me? The street runs silent when everyone halted. Aizen and Hinamori, who had just joined the conversation, made their own deductions. Gamakon-san, has your vice captain a feelings for Kyoraku-san's vice captain? Yes, you didn't know that? Jiraiya said like it was old news. You haven't yet met my vice captain, have you? No, Hinamori-kun did told me about him when she visited your barracks a week back. Aizen told him. She told me that he was a nice person. And he does seem to be, interesting person. Thanks. Jiraiya nodded. Shunsui had to keep Tsunade from attacking the vice captains while everyone waited for the answer. Nanao corrected her glasses and acted like nothing had happened. Myself? It would be possible. Shizune smiled to Hinamori, who didn't really understand what was going on. Naruto thought for a moment. Nah. Not worth it. Everyone felt like falling down. I just have to win you over with my natural charm. He smirked and continued to walk. Somehow the talk had taken a strange direction. Do you have anything to do this evening? Before she could even think of answering, he continued. I will come look for you so we can go to our first date. Oh, Aro Taiko. Let's go already. I don't want that we are the last ones there. Why yeah, he muttered. Wait, I never said I would, but it was too late. Naruto and Jiraiya had already walked through the first barracks doors, leaving very silent group behind them. Hinamori, who considered herself as a friend of Aizen, decided to give her an advice. Aizen, you should go bathing before meeting with him. What? Nanao asked shocked. You intend to go to the library later, right? And you always get so dusty there. So remember to get to the bath before it's too late. And maybe you should get a better kimono for the occasion. But, yo. Everyone, what's going on here? Matsumoto jumped to the scene. Aizen has a date later with Senju-san. Really? I had no idea you had a thing for him. Matsumoto teased her. He is funny and good looking, so you better hold on to him. Many girls would kill to have a man like that. But, Nanao froze and couldn't think anything to say. But. Anyway, we should hurry. Aizen pointed out. Or we will be late. Aizen, good luck with your date. Let's go, Hinamori-kun. Yes. Aizen Taiko. Let's go, Shizune. Tsunade muttered angrily. You too, Shunsui. Why yes. Nanao was left alone in front of the first barracks door, standing frozen still. But I never said I would, she whispered silently. So, how does it feel to have a new captain, Ran-chan? Naruto asked as they walked towards the main hall, excited. I don't know. Rangaku muttered. I wonder if he's cute. I heard that he is a lot younger than me. What was his name again? She tried to think hard. I could have sworn I had heard it somewhere before. It's because you have met him before, Jiraiya thought, defeated. Don't sweat it. Naruto leaned to his hands behind his back. Just try to give a good impression to him at least. It really sucks that when your captain doesn't think too highly of you. You should know how that feels. Jiraiya muttered while walking ahead of them. You suck giving a first impression. To you it's impossible to give a good first impression unless you're at least as good looking as Ran-chan here. Don't tease me like that, Na-chan. She leaned closer to him. I heard that you're going out with Nanao-chan tonight. She whispered with flirtatious voice. I wonder if you did to make me jealous. Or are you regretting it already? Naruto looked at her confused. What do you mean? I haven't even gone out with her yet. Why should I regret it already? And why would I want to make you jealous? It's not like we have anything between us, right? Ah. Rangaku fell to the floor and started rolling like in pain. Why you tease me like this? You're so awful. So awful, teasing me time after time. You should take the responsibility once in a while, you big meanie. Naruto laughed. I have no idea what you mean, but that looks funny. What is it, Aro Taiko? Do you have a headache? Jiraiya was pounding his head to the wall. So wrong, so wrong, so wrong. Naruto only shrugged and continued his walk forward. Everyone is so strange. Then he hit something that seemed like a wall. What the hell? Why, there's a pillar in the middle of A man with captain's haori and some weird helmet turned around. Who are you? When asking one's name, you should first introduce yourself, Naruto said suddenly. Taiko. Another man with shades rushed to the scene. Apologize immediately from my captain. It's okay, Tetsuzaemon. This boy is right. Komamura nodded to Naruto. Captain of the 7th Squad, Komamura Sajin. My name is Naruto. He exclaimed proudly. I'm with that pervert who is banging his head to the wall. So, you're his new vice captain. Komamura muttered. I see. This is my vice captain. Iba Tetsuzaemon. Nice to meet you. Naruto greeted him. Likewise. Tetsuzaemon muttered. Taiko. Naruto moved ahead. Let's get going already, we're almost there. The group of captains and vice captains entered the main hall where they were expected by captains and vice captains of the 2nd, 6th, 9th, 11th, 12th and 13th. Jiraiya took his place as the first captain of the left side, Naruto standing behind him. Remember to act dignified while inside, okay? Naruto nodded. Of course, Taiko. He scanned through the hall. He knew some of them, like the captain of the 6th Squad. Kuchiki Byakuya. Because he was also from one of the great noble houses, Naruto had to know who were who. He had also met once the vice captain of the same squad, Aburai, something. He also knew Zaraki Kenpachi, captain of the 11th Squad, her vice captain. Haruno Yachiru was the older sister of Haruno Sakura. She waved to him half-secretly from the other end of the line. He also had met the last captain in the group, Yukataki Jashiro. In the past he had met him when Jashiro's illness had needed more attention than just resting. Naruto's mother had made some house calls and took her little child with her. Jashiro was always glad to gain a visit from an energetic child to cheer his days. Naruto also knew his vice captain Shiba Kaien. Naruto had loved to race around the 13th Squad barracks, the vice captain on his back who might have been little more than reluctant to do so. Of course that didn't slow down Naruto. He didn't know who the 9th Squad captain was, but he did know his vice captain, Hisagi Shusei. Guy with the 69 tattooed on his cheek. What was the idea behind that, anyway? They had met right after Naruto's promotion when he had gone to his first vice captain meeting. Only Hisagi had been around that time when others had been busy, so he had enough time to tell the basics of being the vice captain. Of course Naruto only listened when he commented Naruto's own tattoo in his forehead. They had compared each other's tattoos and accessories all day. Naruto kept them both in secret, but he had a very valuable jewel inside his kimono and a tattoo shaped of a diamond on his forehead. They were both symbols of being a senju and the heir of the main branch. He didn't know who the penguin was or the girl behind him, not that he cared. It was obvious that he didn't either. From all the captains, he was the most disturbing looking person with his black face, white head and all. And the girl was exactly like some zombie. Just looking directly into nothingness. They freaked Naruto very much, which made him to swear to never enter the 12th Squad without one hell of a reason. He was interested who the girl standing directly on the opposite side from them. He thought he had heard her name somewhere but wasn't too sure. If he wasn't completely wrong, she came from the Fon family which served the Shion. Anyway, she was cute looking but obviously angry and didn't enjoy being there. Her vice captain was something else. He was still eating. That was pretty tactless. Even Naruto knew when to act if needed. So everyone was present except captain of the 1st Squad and the new 10th. Rangaku seemed to be excited to meet up with her new captain. The doors opened once more and the captain Commander Yamamoto walked in with his own vice captain to the end of the room. Everyone is here, good, he said as he took his place. Now we may begin our welcoming ceremony of the new captain of the 10th Squad of Gote 13. Hitsugaya Toshiro. The doors opened once again and the new figure entered. He was wearing the captain's haori, so he had to be the one. First thing Naruto had in his mind was an elementary student. As everyone made their deductions about what they saw, Hitsugaya stood there quietly. Hitsugaya Toshiro. Nice to meet you all. Hope we can work together well in the future. Yukitake stepped forward smiling his usual accepting smile. Being a captain might be a little hard at first, so feel free to ask advice when needed. Well, thanks. The new captain muttered little awkwardly. I believe I can manage. Are you sure? Yukitake asked. Well, it's not bad for asking advice once in a while. Rest of the ceremony was some useless talk, so Naruto skipped it completely. He had more bigger problems. Where should he take Nanao-chan for the date? He had never taken a girl out before. What did you do when going out? He would need to ask someone. But who? Mom was out without consideration. She would only lock him to some storage until he would promise never to date anyone ever again. Shizune never had any relationship that he knew of. His aunt wasn't any good choice. Listening at his captain, he would end up being called a pervert. He couldn't ask any of his subordinates. That would be just embarrassing. Ran-chan was actually a good choice, but she must be busy right now. Yachiru-chan was a kid, so she was out. Her captain was a scary guy who didn't really say anything nice. Ero Taiko's friend Drunk Taiko would be valid, but for some reason he was feeling a little insecure with him around. Quote from his old classmate. Troublesome. Naruto. Jiraiya yelled, interrupting his thoughts. The meeting was over and people were starting to wander off. I'm staying behind for a while. You go back and take a look after the squad. Sure. Naruto walked off. Bye, Ran-chan. Good luck, he yelled as he walked out of the doors. Thank you. Remember that I'm so jealous of you right now, she yelled back. But I can forgive this affair if you remember to repay me back. Then she turned over to Nanao, who herself tried to act invisible as possible. You understand that, Nanao-chan? Remember to return him to me when you're done with him, okay? She smiled. So don't break him. I never. Nanao tried to think a good retaliation but couldn't, so she was left standing still, her mouth open. Until she rushed out of the room, carrying her book. I never said I would go, she yelled back. Toshiro, who had no idea what was going on, turned to one person he knew. Who is that blonde boy who is so familiar with my vice captain? Hinamori smiled. That's Naruto-kun. He is third squad's vice captain. He is a real nice person. What's the thing then? Matsumoto-san just enjoys teasing him like this. But, Hinamori answered. But what? I don't think Naruto-kun understand that's. She ended the sentence. What are you talking about? Rangaku jumped to the scene. Na-chan just acts like that. She smirked. I'll let Nanao-chan play with him for a while. What about you, Momo? You want to turn with him yourself? Na-chan is a real killer when it comes to kissing. She added with most sensual voice she could muster, making everyone in the room have a heart attack. Especially certain blonde-haired captain. What? Hinamori jumped back. Matsumoto-san. Why you have kk kiss? Then suddenly Rangaku started laughing wholeheartedly. Of course I haven't. You have such a cute face, Taiko. She smiled to Toshiro, who acted like he had just drank something bad, especially when in shock like that. Shut up. Toshiro muttered and walked off. Let's go, Matsumoto. Hi, Taiko. She followed him. Matsumoto-san, have you really kk kissed Na-chan? I haven't, or have I? She added mysteriously and winked. Maybe you should go and ask yourself. If she had bothered to look around, she had noticed that it took all the power Jiraiya, Shunsui and Jashiro had to hold Tsunade in her place, so she didn't jump on her and rip her to pieces. Even though captain of the medical squad, Tsunade was strong and none of the geezer trio, Jashiro, Shunsui and Jiraiya, had guts to stand against her. Not alone, at least. Shizune and Kaien followed the scene from the side. Oh my. Does she realize what she's doing, or is she just that stupid? I don't think these guys can hold her down much longer. Especially if Yukitake Taiko starts coughing blood. Here it comes. Yukitake Taiko. They hurried to help the fallen captain. Please hang on. Naruto arrived at the squad to realize it was in order as it had been when he had left. Fuku Taiko. Izuru hurried to greet him. How was the ceremony? Boring. The new captain is an elementary student. Ran-chan seems happy enough. Mom was angry for some reason. Taiko run of somewhere and, he looked around. I myself am going to have some training done. Inform me if anything happens. But Fuku Taiko. You and the captain are supposed to inspect the academy today. Izuru yelled after him, but Naruto was already gone. Sometimes I wonder what it would feel like to serve someone else. He sighed. Fourth seat. Yo. What is it? Kiba walked to him. Need something? You should address me with more respect, fourth seat, Izuru said, rather annoyed. Yeah. So what you needed me for again? I need you to find the captain, he said, and hurry. Tell him that his duties needed now. Yosha. Let's go, Akamaru. A young puppy rushed through corridors, tongue out of its mouth. Find Taiko. Go. Dog started sniffing around and for some mysterious reason found itself on Kiba's foot, panting proudly. Fourth seat. What? Akamaru must a little sick or something. That's right. Find Taiko. Kiba hurried to tell him. For a minute the confused puppy didn't know what to do until something was light inside its head and it started running off. I'll find him. Just you wait. That guy, Izuru sighed. If he wasn't in such good term with Fuku Taiko and Taiko, I would have gotten rid of him long ago. I wonder how it feels to be a third seat in a normal squad, he sighed. He walked through the barracks looking for his vice captain only to find that he had locked himself into the dojo. Fuku Taiko. May I come in? He knocked to the door. Can't you read the sing in the door? He got an annoyed reply. Izuru looked down. There it was. A small paper on the door that said, if you can read this, you've too much time. So buzz of and let me train. How witty, he muttered. Fourth seat's idea. How did you know? Naruto asked. Anyway, is someone dying? No, but then let me train, I have to concentrate. Izuru sighed. I wonder if anyone else has to go through with this. Izuru whispered. But you have your assignment at the academy. Please, come out. Hado number 1. Show, A.N. Way of Destruction 1. Thrust. Next thing Izuru knew, the wall next to him crumbled, creating a hole big enough for him to walk through it. Fuku Taiko. He rushed inside. Are you okay? He was stunned to find out how his vice captain was smiling, kind of embarrassed of himself. Sorry, I still kind of suck at Kido. How is this even possible? Izuru cried over the destroyed wall. You're a vice captain, for God's sake. How were you even able to graduate from academy like this? My last name is Senju, remember? Naruto answered. No matter how much I suck, they can't keep me there for long. Not when my mother is a captain of one of the squads and I'm a member of one of the noble houses. Izuru realized that he had just hit a sour spot. I'm going. He interrupted him before he could continue. Where is that old pervert? Or should I go to check things myself? What you think? I think you should wait, Fuku Taiko. Izuru tried to act convinced. You don't even know what you were supposed to do, right? Wait a minute. Annoyed Interruption came along as Kiba and Jiraiya walked to them. Don't think that just because I let you do most of my work, doesn't mean I'll let you to reach out for my Haori just yet. Taiko. Kiba-san found you in time. Yeah. Jiraiya muttered, obviously displeased with the situation. I'm starting to regret allowing him keep that puppy here. If nothing else, Kiba can be used as a captain finder, Naruto snorted, amused. You should be proud, Kiba. Shut up. You don't understand how much trouble I went through to find him, he yelled back. Yeah, let's get going. Taiko. Naruto walked towards his captain, snapping him from his collar and dragging out. Hold the fort until we get back. Hi. Both officers nodded. Naruto was about to step outside when suddenly Jiraiya stopped him. What? I'm not letting you go until we reach the academy. He turned around to see that he was holding an armband of the vice captain. Come on, boy. You've earned it. Shikamaru was feeling lazy. It wasn't anything new, or anything he hated. Actually, when he felt lazy, he was the happiest he ever could. Clouds. They were so beautiful. And I know hurry. Academy student Nara Shikamaru was from the same graduation class as Naruto and the others. He just never had found a single squad that would have wanted to recruit him. That was because of his brilliant plan where he acted quietly and inconspicuously as possible to remain as an academy student long as he could. True, He was feeling little lonely now when Choji, Kiba and Naruto were all recruited, leaving him all alone here. Well, it no use crying over spilled milk. What's up, Shikamaru? Two recognizable voice yelled to him. What you want, Asuma-sensei? Sarutobi Asuma, his teacher in the academy, son of the principal of the academy. He thought, hollow theory, during his classes. And he was the only person in the whole staff who ever even knew of his existence in the whole academy. And that was a problem. How are you feeling? Okay. Shikamaru muttered back. What is it? Trying to convince me to try to find a squad to join in. Well, could you? No, Asuma sighed and pulled out a cigarette. What are you doing here? This is the most peaceful place in the whole world. Shikamaru answered satisfied. Here, my mother isn't nagging into my ear nor I have to risk my life for something troublesome. This is heaven. There were sudden disturbance in the wind. He could feel it. Something troublesome was about to happen. As in Q, academy students started rushing towards the main entrance. What's the rush? You don't remember. Today a captain and a vice captain are coming to check the academy. Why don't you go and show yourself to them? They even might recruit you. I'll go if you ask Kurenai-sensei out. Asuma smirked. She said yes. High five. Yeah. It was a known fact that Asuma had eyes on the Bakudo. Way of binding, teacher, Kurenai. Only thing that had stopped them was Asuma's cold feet, which he had obviously defeated. Really? Yes, really, so you better get your ass over there now or I assign you on toilet cleaning duty. Okay. No need take all your frustration on me. Just get her some flowers and take her somewhere nice. He stood up and started walking towards the entrance. I wonder if nice weather continues long. He saw how great number of academy students had gathered around. He recognized some of them but paid no mind to them. Shikamaru-kun. Soft voice whispered behind him making him groan in pain. How are you? Hinata-san, he muttered and turned around. How are you? Hyuga Hinata. Member of one of the great noble houses. Right there among the Senju, Shien and Kuchiki. It was a tradition of the Hyuga family to have its main branch members to fight among the Gode 13, no matter how weak or timid they were. Unlike her cousin Neji who was also praised as a Hyuga genius and was now member of the 6th squad and a seated officer. Very promising indeed. Unfortunately no squad found any interest in this timid-looking Hinata who was also a Ronin like Shikamaru. In Japan, high school graduates who didn't get into a college are called Ronin, masterless samurai. I thought using it as define all academy students who didn't get recruited, but unlike him, she tried to get recruited desperately. But all squads told her the same thing. We don't need you. That made Shikamaru almost sad if it wouldn't be too troublesome. I'm fine, thank you. She bowed as they suddenly found themselves in the front road. Who do you think will come to check the academy today? How should I know? Shikamaru shrugged. I'm only here because Asuma-sensei made me. Me too. Kurenai-sensei told me this could be a good chance to make an impression to one of the captains. Troublesome. Hey, there they are. Someone yelled and everyone turned towards the voice. It was true. Captain Gomaken Jiraiya of the 3rd squad, and his vice-captain. No way. Shikamaru stood there in awe. Is that? I think it is. Hinata gulped. Naruto. They both yelled a little too loud when the two were walking past them making both of them to stop and look at them. Oh. Shikamaru. Hinata-chan. You're both here. Naruto yelled loudly as he recognized the two. Long time no see, huh? Sure. Shikamaru muttered. What the hell happened? What you mean? Naruto asked confused. I mean that. He pointed at his armband. When did you get that? This? Taiko gave me moments before we left the barracks, but I have been a vice-captain 2 weeks already? Really? Hinata whispered. That was too amazing to be true. Naruto-kun had been her good friend during academy years. Nobility like herself yet no real skill and not that popular among their peers. So in lack of better friends, they had turned on each other. Then Naruto had been recruited and they were separated. Naruto had suggested that she join to the 4th squad too but she couldn't do her family pressure trying to force her on joining to more aggressive squad. Of course. Taiko found my awesome skills and made me his second in command. Lovely story, Naruto, but we are in a hurry so let's get moving okay? Hi. Naruto nodded and started walking after him. Oh, by the way, if you aren't in any squad yet, come to see me if you want to join the third. Our squad tops all. Then they disappeared into the academy. Was that really, Naruto? Shikamaru muttered, not believing his eyes as the crowd started to disperse. The dead last kamikaze bomber. Lazy ass, useless noble bastard, Naruto? SS Shikamaru. You shouldn't use those names. You know those aren't very nice. Yeah, but still, you think he was serious? About what? That we could join his squad? Hinata asked, exited. He must have, right? He wouldn't joke like that, would he? Well, let's go find him and ask. Hinata grabbed his arm, run after the two. Why in hell you go and make such an offer? Jiraiya smacked on his head. Do you understand what that means? That you get a new hot girl into your squad, ready to do everything. Naruto added with a knowing voice. What you can expect from a Shinigami, of course. He added, but his captain was already in his fantasy land. Make sure to debrief them properly before they arrive, okay? Sure. Naruto smirked as they continued their inspection. It was mostly walking around the academy watching how teaching was done and what grade you would give to new academy graduates. It was also a perfect chance to do some pre-recruiting if anything pleased the captain inspecting the scene. Naruto and Jiraiya were following Kido classes where students were meant to use Hado number 31. Shakuho, shot of red fire. That was Jiraiya's most favorite part of the inspection, because the teacher was Anko-sensei. What was the incantation? Someone yelled from the lines of students. She is hot, he muttered lazily. You're right there. I know. Naruto admitted little awkwardly. Nanao suddenly felt like really angry and accidentally ripped a sheet from a book she was reading. What was that about? She wondered out loud. And why'd I feel like killing someone? Really badly. For some reason, no one dared to even come near her unless it was really a life and death matter. Naruto felt a cold chill going down his spine. What is it? I just felt like someone is after my head. Naruto muttered, looking around. You think there might be a hollow somewhere around? Idiot. Jiraiya snorted. That's the monogamy sensor. That sounds so stupid, you know? Shut up. I'm serious. That's when someone claiming to be your girlfriend is feeling extremely jealous right now and wanting to punish you more than anything. That's a load of crap. Fine, don't believe me. But don't expect any warm welcome from your girlfriends. Jiraiya huffed. Naruto-kun. It was you. They both turned around to see a teacher with a big scar on his face walking towards them, smiling happily. I heard that it was you who was accompanying the captain today, and it was true. So you really are a vice captain now. I heard the rumors, but I just couldn't believe them. Why, I told you I would surprise everyone, Iruka-sensei. Naruto smirked. And besides, anything less would be insulting for someone with my skill. Gamaken Taiko. Thank you for taking care of him for some time. He bowed to the man. No problem. He's actually pretty clever when you give him a chance. He patted Naruto's head. I can leave my squad to him in ease. That's nice to hear. A new voice joined again to the conversation. I can still remember the days when Naruto-kun rampaged through these corridors creating chaos like it was his second nature. Sarutobi Gjii. Jiraiya greeted the newcomer. Nice to see you alive and kicking. And true, Naruto has that kind of character. But trust me, now he has grown out of it. Both the principal and the teacher watched him in awe. How did you manage that? What was your secret? My great leadership skills and teaching abilities could draw out his true potential. Jiraiya smiled proudly. It's because you spend all your time drinking and running around wildly. I have to do all your work as well, my own. And I'm supposed to sleep couple hours a day. When exactly could I do anything fun? Naruto muttered angrily. Now boy. When you became a captain, you'll be thanking me for showing you your future assignments beforehand. Yeah, right. Naruto muttered. They walked around the academy, continuing the inspection, until Jiraiya came to quick halt. We need to talk about something important. Go and play somewhere for a while. Naruto sighed. By chasing me away you're only making it more suspicious. What? Handing Gjii those pictures, he said nonchalantly, making both elderly jump. See? Whatever. Go. Naruto walked through corridors bored. He never enjoyed his time in the academy. Other than his friend Hinata, he had been alone. But maybe it was just him, but something was different. He turned around just to see a group of academy students rush into hiding. What was that all about? He shrugged and continued his walk. He recognized all his favorite napping spots, training area, place to peep down to girls' the best place to meditate. He jumped up to the branch and looked around. This is nostalgic. He smiled. The academy student Naruto was standing on a branch and looking around. It had been another hard day and he was looking for a place to just relax. This sucks. He muttered lazily when he laid on a branch. With my control, there's no way I'll become a healer. Mom must be happy. Inoue. Someone's soft voice asked from below. Are you okay? Naruto leaned over the branch and glanced down. Girl with pale eyes and long, black hair. Why you left this? She handed out a notebook with his name on it. He snapped it away from her. Thanks, he muttered. Is there something else? What? She jumped up. No, nothing else. Sorry for disturbance. She bowed and moved quickly away. Hinata cursed herself. How could she be so stupid and stand there like that? She had just noticed that this boy had left his notebook behind, so she wanted to give it to him. And in the end, he must think her as an idiot, stupid. Wait. She came to sudden halt and quickly turned around. Did she screw something up? Was it not his notebook? Did he lost something else? Do you like the reversey? Excuse me? I happen to have a board with me but no one to play with. You interested? Sure. She nodded fiercely. Come over here. It's nicer to play up here. Are you sure? Of course I am, Naruto smirked. It would be boring otherwise. He set up the board while Hinata clumsily made her way up. Because you're a lady, I'll let you decide, black or white. I'm sorry but I don't know how to play. Oh. That's okay then. I'll just teach you, so you'll be the white. Black begins. He took a one disc and placed it on the board, black side up, and started explaining rules. I'm Naruto, by the way. I know. Why you're the boy who sleeps during class. Is it that obvious? Naruto asked. I'm sorry but, you snore. No I don't. That's Shikamaru. I drool. Those were the days. He sighed. I can't even remember the last time when I had a good time like that. Then he noticed that he wasn't alone anymore. A group of academy students were standing beneath his tree, and he recognized one of them. What you want? Where could he be? Hinata asked, looked around. Maybe he is with his captain and they already left. Shikamaru suggested lazily. I know that is a bit radical idea but I think it's valid. He wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. They passed a group of students who were rushing towards the dojo. Excuse me. What's going on? Hinata asked. Some senpais are challenging the vice captain who arrived here. One of them yelled back. They're fighting at the dojo. That's not good. Shikamaru muttered. Come on Hinata. He rushed out not to see Hinata's slight smirk. They used Shunpo to arrive to the dojo faster just to witness. Impossible. Shikamaru muttered. Naruto was standing in the middle of a group of academy students holding a wooden practice sword while the students were laying down, unconscious. Naruto had never been that strong. He defeated them already. He turned around to see Hinata smiling slightly. And Naruto-kun really kicked some, she blushed slightly, ass. How? Shikamaru startled. This is Naruto. Someone heard his question. I didn't see it either. And I was standing here all along. He used one Shunpo and everyone was flying around like toys. At the same moment Naruto turned around. This may be the lesson for all of you. He spoke with clear voice. Never insult the third squad. He threw the Bakken away, knocking out someone who was about to recover. How? Shikamaru muttered, not believing his eyes. Is this really the same Naruto? Ah. Naruto flew back when knocked off by his opponent. Senju. The teacher rushed to the scene. What's the matter with you? How many times have I told you not to lower your guard so easily? Are you an idiot? Sorry. Naruto said, smiling with the hand behind head. I'll do better next time. Naruto-kun never fought seriously when it came to practicing with the other students. Hinata explained mysteriously. Shikamaru was sure that she enjoyed this. But why? You haven't met his mother, have you? No. It was a holiday and Hinata was for the first time invited for someone else's house. To her best friend, Naruto. But she soon realized why he had been so anxious about her visit. So, you're his friend? Just a friend? Head of one of the royal houses and the captain of the 4th squad. Senju Tsunade glared at her angrily. Just happens that a Hyuga gets close to a Senju claiming that he is just a friend. Hinata gulped. She had grown in with Hyugas and under their strict code and his father's disapproving eyes all her life. But that meant nothing when facing against this lady. Why yes. JJ just FR friends. She nodded fiercely. Then all that killing intent disappeared. Good. Tsunade smiled satisfied. Sorry, but I just don't think my Naru-chan is ready for dating girls just yet. Maybe after 200 years. So, how are the academy lessons going? Have you already found a squad you want to try into? Well, no, Hinata shook her head. My family wants me to join to the 6th squad, but I don't think I can make it. That's too bad. Ever thought about the 4th? My squad is always in need of new medics and I'm sure you would fit in just fine. Thank you B, but I don't think my family will approve that. Too bad. Tsunade shrugged. At least I know that my son will join my squad soon as he graduates. Right, Naru-chan. She looked over to garden where Naruto was currently sparring with Shizune, who was doing pretty good with teaching him. What are you two doing? But Tsunade-sama, you told me to teach him, and I thought you understood what? Tsunade yelled angrily. Kido practice, now. But mom, I want to join the 11th squad and I can't unless. Tsunade glared him down. Then what about the Shadow Corps? I am pretty skillful when it comes to shunpo and hiding myself. She glared him down again. But you will join the 4th squad no matter what you say, understood? Naruto gulped. Sure. I'll be back soon as I have finished my Kido practice. See you in a minute, Hinata-chan. I'll be waiting for you. As a friend, right? Tsunade confirmed from her. Okay. Mom is taking her overprotectiveness little too far. Naruto mumbled as he walked away with Shizune. I'm not a baby anymore. To her you always will. Shizune ruffled his hair. Shikamaru's sweat dropped. So, Naruto-kun was always good but he never had reason to go all out in a spar match. Hinata explained. But defeating them all so easily, he must have grown stronger since he was recruited. Well thank you, but I haven't grown that strong since then. Naruto walked up to them smiling like his usual self. It's actually something you can't get in the academy no matter how good you are. What? Someone dared to ask. Experience. The new voice answered just behind Hinata and Shikamaru, making them both jump in shock. Had fun enough already? GGG Gamaken Taiko. They screamed and bowed quickly, remembering the etiquette. Sure. Naruto said lazily, walking to him, eyes following his every move. Ready to go? Sure. Jiraiya yawned. These inspections always tire me out. He turned around and started walking away. I need a drink. Maybe your mother is available. If you even think of making a move on her, I will cut you down no matter how big of a crime it is. Naruto said warningly while petting the handle of his Zanpakuto. Jiraiya realized he was serious. I was kidding, you stupid brat. Remember, Jiraiya muttered. They exited the dojo, leaving students alone to watch their backs in awe. Naruto-kun. Hinata whispered with a weird blush on her cheeks. Then she remembered. Naruto-kun, what about? At the same moment Naruto put his face from the door once again and smirked. You too, come on already or you won't get any food at the supper. And before Shikamaru could refuse, Hinata dragged him along after Naruto. They finally got a squad. Kurenai smiled happily as she observed the couple of students rushing out of the main gate. Aren't you happy, Asuma? Yeah, but it will be kind of lonely without Shikamaru, he muttered. Come on. It's not that bad. It's time to let those kids go. That's what you wanted, right? Yeah, but who would have believed that it was him who recruited them, after all this time? Yes, he is most surprising person you ever find. Kurenai admitted. You still remember when we chased him through corridors? Of course. How can I forget? He stole my cigarettes and didn't give them back. It was so hard to catch up with him. He was so sneaky if he wanted. He was good in shunpo, expert in hiding. Why wasn't he recruited in the 2nd squad and the Onmitsukido? I don't know. It was because none of the academy teachers ever recommended him. Sarutobi explained and smiled. During his years here, he angered almost everyone in the staff. Including you. Naruto has been most of his time alone, which is why he used those pranks to get some attention. Unfortunately, most of the staff didn't like them very much. So when the squads asked for recommendations, his skills were, conveniently, forgotten until he couldn't be held back from graduation. And because he always missed his tests. Iruka continued. I wonder what was with that. I know. Asuma muttered. He was lazing off with Shikamaru. Or Inuzuka Kiba. Kurenai added. Or peeking into girls' chancing room. Sarutobi added knowingly. Everyone stood silently watching at him. What? He muttered. I just, once, came across to him. What's that, Ebisu? You need me now? Gotta go. The old man disappeared swiftly. Let's pretend that that never happened. Iruka whispered and walked of the opposite direction. This is troublesome. Shikamaru muttered. Then you can go back. Jiraiya muttered annoyed. You never told me about him? He accused Naruto. I did, but you were in your dream world already. Naruto answered. Taiko. Fuku Taiko. The guards greeted them as they entered the barracks. Welcome back. Thank you. Naruto nodded as Jiraiya walked off. Where are you going? Where you think? I already told that I need a drink. He walked off. Show them around and give them appropriate clothing and etc. Sure. Naruto sighed, turning to the guards. Where is the third seat? Arguing with the fourth. Guard answered uncomfortably. About. Fourth seat wanted to. The guard glanced to Hinata before leaning closer and whispering something into Naruto's ear, who didn't seem shocked at least. And when third seat Kira-san heard this, he wanted to put an end to it quickly, but There was an explosion outside the barracks. Let me guess, Izuru called him, Mutt, didn't he? Why yes. Guard nodded. By the way, he stepped little closer to Hinata with a smile on his face. What's a cute little academy student doing in our barracks? Don't tell me Fuku Captain managed to get you into our squad? Hi. Hinata bowed. My name is Hyuga Hinata. Nice to meet you. Well, nice to meet you. The other guard, who had been silent until now, stepped closer. Pathetic. Shikamaru muttered absent-mindedly. What did you say? The guards asked. Troublesome. Shikamaru muttered. Let's go, you two. I want to see what this fight is about. Naruto cut the argument short. As they moved along the corridors, Shikamaru and Hinata noticed how many people seemed to respect and dependent on their companion. They had hardly stepped to the first hallway when a group of squad members came to ask his advice and to report about something. Hinata also noticed that many of them were girls. Just noticing. Nothing special. She was Sue over her crush by now. Naruto was only her best friend and nothing more. Expect the brief moment at the beginning she might have had feelings for him, but not anymore. Not at all. Expect for a friend. Just a friend. That's all. Shikamaru sighed, defeated, as they walked around the barracks. He had only wanted to accompany Hinata to watch the captain and vice captain who were visiting the academy. He didn't know he would be dragged all the way to a squad to be a member. Oh God. Hopefully not a seated officer. That would be the most awful nightmare. He would have to lead, and that would be extra work. So, Naruto, or should I call you Fuku Taiko from now on? Whichever suits you. I'm not that formal when it comes to that. But you might want to call Izuru as the third seat. He can be a little stingy about that. Okay, Naruto answered. Sure. Anyway, what are our posts and places etc. going to be in the future? I have no idea, actually. I'll let Izuru decide that. His eyes shifted to Hinata before nodding to himself. That could work. Anyway, because I know how smart you are, I think I should place you to the 15th seat. At start. It was reported that the current 15th seat had died on a mission in a real world just this morning. Unfortunate. Nice guy. You would have loved him. You like it? Me? Shikamaru sighed. So, don't say it, Naruto yelled. Or I will make you my new third seat, and trust me, it's probably most troublesome seat in the whole squad. Shikamaru's lips were sealed. And what about me? Hinata whispered. Soon as the news of her recruiting would be official, her house would learn about it, and then she would have to visit her home and face her father. Not that she had to stay there. She was now a member of a squad. She has to be present at the barracks all time. That was a rule. Yes. That would work. I'll let you decide. He smirked mysteriously when they finally reached the backyard. They saw how Kiba and Izuru were having fight with their Zanpakutos. Neither was released, of course. Idiots, he sighed. Kiba and Izuru seemed to be on equal stand. Stop this now, fourth seat Kiba-san. Izuru yelled. This has gone far enough. Kiba-kun. He is your fourth seat? Hinata asked, surprised, but Naruto didn't pay attention to her now. Not until you admit that you were wrong, Kiba yelled back. I will not. Izuru raised his Zanpakuto. Fine. You give me no choice, but Kiba took a firm grip from the handle. He is going to release his Zanpakuto, Shikamaru yelled. Is he an idiot? You have to stop them, Naruto. Hinata turned around. Kiba prepared to release his Zanpakuto. Drill your opponents, Gatsu wa. Naruto crabbed his arms with his hands, stopping the release. Naruto. Fuku Taiko. Izuru sighed in relief. You're back. Of course. Naruto nodded. You know, Kiba, I have nothing against an occasional brawl. It keeps you in shape. But releasing your Zanpakuto like that against a senior officer is something I can just overlook. Even thought fully understand the reason. But Kiba tried to argue. Back off. Naruto glared him down. That's an order. You too, Izuru. For the first time, both Shikamaru and Hinata realized that he had the something that was expected from a captain. Scary. Hinata whispered. For a moment Naruto looked exactly like his mother when enraged. Then it was gone. Soon as he let go of Kiba's arm, it seemed like someone had turned on the lights, revealing Naruto's true face. Both Izuru and Kiba quickly sheathed their swords. I kind of expected something like this, from Kiba that is. He sighed. Kiba, no matter how you look at it, Izuru did only what was right. You're the fourth seat. He is the third seat. See where I am going with this? Kiba couldn't argue with that. Fuku Taiko. Izuru stepped forward. It's my fault also for allowing the argument to go on like that. If you had just agreed with my idea, Kiba muttered bitterly. What idea was that? Shikamaru asked little curiously. I thought a new item which we could inventory. Kiba explained. In sake of keeping record for the good of the squad. I know the captain had agreed on that. Then quickly he realized who he was talking to. Hey, wait. Kiba-san wanted to photograph women's underwear. Izuru explained dryly, to put it simply. Hinata blushed and turned away to realize how female members of the club were holding wooden swords very dangerously while glaring at Kiba. But Fuku Taiko, mind if I ask, but who are these two academy students? Izuru asked, chancing looks with Hinata and Shikamaru. They are new recruits. Naruto explained proudly. They are also my friends. Remember them, Kiba? Of course. Kiba yelled existed. We used to skip lessons with Shikamaru, and that's the girl who always followed you. Hinata. Naruto reminded him, and didn't you say that you had a crush on him? What? No, I didn't, you must remember it wrong. Kiba turned around quickly. I guess I was wrong. Naruto shrugged. Anyway, I thought you would show Shikamaru around and how to do things. I'm planning on making him the 15th seat. Are you sure? I was thinking of giving that to... I am. Naruto nodded. Shikamaru is smart. He just need a little experience what a low rank can give him. If you say so. Izuru muttered. What about, I can show her around if you're too busy. Kiba proposed quickly while trying to act cool. Nah, I think, Naruto looked around. Kin-chan. Come over here for a minute, okay? Sure thing. Fuku Taiko-kun. Black-haired girl appeared almost out of nowhere right next to Naruto. And little too close if you asked Hinata. What can I do for you? I thought you would show Hinata-chan around. You know, you being a girl and her being a girl, you could speed up the settling down and all. Right? Fuku Taiko, your logic really amazes me time after time. Izuru whispered awkward, but I guess that true. So I'll leave things to you too. Naruto smiled and walked away. Kiba, I need you to gather all the reports considering today's missions. Me again? Think that is your punishment for doing something so reckless? Naruto smirked his bratish smirk. Excuse me, but what now? Naruto asked. What about Hinata-san's rank? Izuru asked. Oh yeah. I forgot. Sorry, Hinata-chan. He turned around and smiled. What does the third seat sound like? Everyone jumped in shock. What, excuse me, Fuku Taiko, but that's... Just joking, just joking. Naruto smiled. Everyone's sweat dropped thinking how cruel it had been. I meant the fourth seat. Kiba run to Naruto. What you just said? That's my seat. Well, you have been a little excessive with your power lately. He has. A female chorus screamed loudly. So I thought that maybe placing a girl into fourth seat would calm things down. It could work. Izuru muttered thinking it. But Fuku Taiko, is she really strong enough to be the fourth seat? There are a lot of girls who I think would do better. We could promote. Nah. I've thought it through. Kiba, have a match with Hinata-chan. What? Naruto smirked. If Hinata-chan can beat Kiba, it's obvious who should have the seat. If he would win, you know. I understand. Izuru nodded. Kiba-san, Hinata-san, you both get yourself Bakken, or if you prefer some other practice weapon, you may use it. Hey. Both Shikamaru and Kiba rushed to Naruto. Are you serious? You want to put Hinata against Kiba? Are you gone mental? What? Naruto asked. So you think I should just give the seat to Hinata-chan? Know what he means, that there's no way she can beat me. Kiba whispered low as he could. I mean, it's Hinata. And she is much stronger than you think. Naruto smiled and walked to the terrace and sat down. Girls were giving Hinata some encouragements while guys were trying to console Kiba for having to fight a girl like that. Go easy on her. And give her a handicap. Could be heard from the group. Izuru stood in the middle and raised his hand. I will be your referee. Fighters, take your places. Both Kiba and Hinata walked to opposite ends and raised their Bakkens. You sure you want to go through with this? He asked little cautiously. I'll be fine. Thank you, Kiba-kun. Hinata smiled. Are you both ready? Wait. Naruto yelled suddenly. Let's first be clear on the rules. He thought for a moment. How about, first with 3 points win? One hit everywhere into opponent's body counts as a point. How does that sound? Fine by me. Kiba smiled thinking that Naruto was giving Hinata an advantage. Of course. Hinata nodded. Naruto-kun wanted her to fight, so she would, even if it had been a while since the last fight. Are you really sure of this? Shikamaru asked from Naruto, who only smiled. What you think? What you mean, so she is the Hyuga Hinata, Everyone was shocked. Taiko. Stop sneaking around like that. Sorry. Jiraiya waved his hand. Does he always sneak up on like that? Shikamaru asked from Kin. Pretty much, yeah. She nodded depressed. Who you think will win? Jiraiya asked from Naruto, ignoring them. I'm not sure. Naruto smiled, and that's what makes it all so interesting. Begin. Izuru slashed with his hand. Kiba sighed. Let's end this quickly. Whack. Hinata had slashed her Bakken and taken Kiba totally off guard. It had connected with his side. Point. Izuru raised his hand. Hinata-san, places, begin. Okay. Kiba tried to keep his cool. That was lucky, but now I'm whack. Another slash from Hinata and another point. I'm sorry, Kiba-kun. Hinata smiled and took a step back. But I have to be serious. She raised her wooden sword. What is going on? Shikamaru muttered. The crowd was dead silent. Hinata is actually doing amazingly well. Hinata-chan and I used to spar in the academy. Naruto explained, shocking everyone. Because we were alone most of the time and she was annoyingly good at reversey, and because I lacked a sparring partner we sparred a lot. So it's no wonder she became so good at fighting like me. That explains it. Jiraiya muttered. Those two moves, they were textbook forms of Hyuga clan's fighting style. Kiba had heard everything and realized that he was in trouble. He was losing already by 2 points. One more and it would be goodbye to his seat. He would fight for it to the bitter end. Okay. It seems that I underestimated you pretty badly, he nodded. So from now on, I will be going all out. This should be interesting. Naruto smirked. Begin. Izuru started the match. Both fighters slashed forward, meeting in the middle. Hinata had to step backwards just to feel hit connecting with her side. Point. Izuru stopped the match. Kiba-san, places. Wah. Hinata didn't understand at first. Kiba had stepped on her feet, preventing her from escaping, and then slashed. That was dirty. Someone of the girls yelled. He used his feet. Taiko. Fuku Taiko. Kin said compellingly. I approve. Jiraiya said clearly. But Kin started. It's okay. Hinata took a deep breath and smiled. Naruto-kun taught me how to be cruel in a fight. Then suddenly she took uncharacteristic glare. That won't work on me twice. That's my girl. Naruto smiled proudly. Of course almost everyone read into too much. Hinata and Kiba alike. So it was no surprise that dreamy Hinata was taken out by raging Kiba with a quick swing. That was fast. What happened? Naruto said surprised. Kiba, you're the lowest, someone of the girls screamed accusingly. No, he wasn't. She was daydreaming. Some of the guys yelled back. What was he supposed to do? Wait that she is ready. I think it was your idiocy that did that. Jiraiya sighed. Anyway, it's currently a tie. Next fight resolves who will be my fourth seat. Okay. This sure has turned out a big event, Naruto said. I think the whole squad is here. Now both of them were ready to fight. Izuru raised his hand. Places. Begin. Neither of them moved an inch. Now it's a waiting game. Naruto leaned back relaxed. What you mean? Shikamaru asked. Why aren't they moving at all? What are they waiting for? Finding an opening, of course. Naruto explained. In all other fights, the first opponent took the other two lightly or loosed concentration too quickly. But now, he smirked. They are both serious and fully prepared. This will be good. Neither Kiba nor Hinata had made any moves yet. They were waiting for other to show an opening. I will not lose. Kiba said slowly. Even if I have to go all out. I earned the fourth seat by my own power and I'm not about to lose it to some greenhorn like yourself. Even if it's you, though. He sighed. And my sister would kill me if she heard that I was demoted. I won't lose either. Not when, my new vice captain is telling me so. Hinata bit her lip. She had almost said something else. Here I go, she charged ahead. Come and get it. Kiba followed the lead, and so it started. Kiba and Hinata kept swinging their swords back and forth. When Hinata used more traditional and strict style, Kiba's was raw and animalish. He had more useless moves, but he also had more power behind his hits, but Hinata was skillful. Jiraiya smiled. This is a great show, huh, Naruto? Yeah. Strict Hyuga versus Animal Inuzuka. I only wish I had asked Jashiro or Shunsui to bring me a drink. This would be perfect. Then he smirked. It's about to end. Yes. Naruto nodded. Hinata and Kiba were both panting, but neither of them were going to give up. They both raised their swords for one last attack. It could be seen from their eyes. Do or die. Everything or nothing. They charged ahead using their top techniques. Hinata was using a piercing move from above when Kiba was aiming to cut her legs. They were closing in on each other by every second. Everyone held their breaths. Na-chan. Rangaku appeared behind Naruto and crushing his head between her s. What's going on here? This shocked both Kiba and Hinata and they crashed. Wow. Shikamaru muttered. That was anticlimactic. Draw. Izuru declared the verdict. What now? Naruto smirked. I guess it's obvious. Since Hinata didn't win I have to. Hinata sighed. She had failed in the end. To make you share the fourth seat. Naruto said shortly and turned his attention back to Rangaku. What brings you here? She pouted. My captain wanted to start directly with the work when I was starting to form a welcoming party for him. He said something about duty and not being interested in such things. Then why are you here? Why, aren't you happy to see me? She pouted. And I came all the way to the third squad's barracks to just see you. Well, thank you. Naruto smiled. But there must be some other reason, right? Well, maybe. She smiled. My captain wanted to find something out and I mentioned to him that your captain knows almost everything worth knowing, so he sent me here to ask your captain to come back with me. I will. Jiraiya jumped up smiling widely. Anything for such a cute girl. Let's get going. Naruto ignored them for the rest and stood up. So, now that is settled I have to go. Wait just a minute. Kiba yelled. Were you serious just now? About what? About us sharing the fourth seat, Hinata asked. It was a tie, so only fair way to judge it. Don't you agree? Naruto smiled. Or if either of you wants to give up the seat, that's fine too. Captain. They both started asked in unison. I agree, so go ahead. Jiraiya said absent-mindedly. Kiba's rashness and Hinata's serenity might actually balance each other. Or if either of you really wants to give up the seat. No, we're fine with this. Just checked. Both of them agreed quickly. Good, Izuru, show Shikamaru around the barracks. Kin, you do same with Hinata-chan. And the rest of you. The break time is over, so start moving, now. The crowd disbanded quickly back to their duties. Jiraiya had disappeared with Rangaku, leaving Naruto alone with Kiba to the field. You're unsatisfied with my decision? To be honest, I am. He stood in front of him. There can't be 2/4 seats. There just can't. Sure there can. 13th squad has the 2/3 seats, so why not we have 2/4 seats? But, Kiba, you are a natural big brother to the squad. When there's trouble about something that they can't share to either me or Izuru, they came to you. When Izuru looks after the squad while we are gone, it's you who keeps the morale up. So then why you? But lately you have been doing some really outrageous tricks. Naruto said suddenly. Even though they were only jokes, someone might actually be offended of them. And you keep pushing the girls away with your tricks. You must have noticed the tension between groups lately, right? Yeah. Kiba sighed, but I thought I could lighten the mood by cracking a few jokes. I know that and find most of them very funny, especially the toilet bombs. Oh my god, that was hilarious. Naruto laughed shortly. But you only made it worse. That pervert as our captain, me as their vice captain and you as one of our top officers has really burdened the squad. By placing Hinata-chan to so high, everyone feels more relaxed knowing that there is a woman to turn to. But then why not a 5th seat or some other? Why my seat? Because I thought you would work perfectly together. You know, just like the captain said, you're rash and she takes her sweet time to open her mouth. Maybe together, you two will find the balanced center. And besides, Naruto looked around before leaning closer. I think she could use a strong mentor. The words had immediate effect. Kiba smirked arrogantly even if he tried his best to hide it. Naruto turned around. I have to go now. Anything else? Nah. I'm cool. Good. Take care of the fortress while I'm gone. Where are you going? To a date. Naruto smirked. To a hot date. Sun was starting to set. It was about the time to pick his princess up. Ah, I see. A date. Then, what the foo? Are you going to go dressed like that? 6th seat of the 8th squad asked from her vice captain while in the library. The news of their beloved vice captain's date had spread unnaturally fast. Though when their captain keeps screaming about losing my cute Nanao-chan to a punk all day long, it might not be that big of a surprise. And aren't you in a hurry? What you mean? I never said I would be going. Nanao said with cool voice. It was just a joke from a well-known prankster. Now, back to work. Aren't you ready yet? Someone asked. What you mean, we still have a... Wah. Everyone in the library jumped in shock. When did you get in here? Naruto looked around confused. What you mean? I told you I would be picking you up to a date? Aren't you ready yet? You can't drop by without announcing like that. Nanao screamed angrily and turned quickly around to correct her appearance slightly. Oh my god. I didn't sense him at all. I must be on the edge already. And besides, why would I want to go to a date with you? I have to work, as you can see. Your friends can do that, right? He asked looking at others. You have to relax from time to time, right? He is right, you know, the 6th seat said suddenly. The vice captain was a slave driver and it wouldn't hurt to get rid of her for a while. You'll ruin your skin if you stress too much. Nanao felt like betrayed when similar muttering could be heard from everywhere. So it's decided. Naruto yelled and grabbed her by the wrist. Let's go. He used Shunpo to disappear quickly. There she goes. The 6th seat screamed victoriously. Let's party. Wait. Let go of me. Nanao tried to struggle. Naruto-san. They were moving on uncanny speed towards the west gate. What? Naruto asked looking over his shoulder. You need to go somewhere. No, but we are almost late. It will start soon if we don't hurry. What? Nanao asked as they run out of the gate into Rikudou. Let's hurry. Naruto yelled happily. Where are we going? A secret. Naruto smirked and winked his eye to her. You're cute when you have that confused expression on your face. Why you liar? She turned away blushing. I am not cute. I am not one of the female shinigamis who drive to be some eye-catcher. I take pride for being who I am and what I am. That's also one of the qualities I like about you. Naruto smiled. You don't care what others think. But we can flirt once we're there. Wait a minute. You can let go of me now. I'm not going to run away. I'm not afraid of that. Naruto said with a weird voice. I just like how your hand feels. He added with a mumble. Nanao was so embarrassed that she didn't notice how embarrassed he was also. So the people who they passed only saw a couple of blushing younglings rushing hand in hand towards the outskirts of Rikudou. Tsunade was having a drink in her office, a sad look on her face. Naruto was growing so fast even though it was just yesterday when he had first used Shunpo to run away from spanking. To anyone else, it seemed like she was seriously overdoing her act as an overprotective mother, but it was actually deeper than that. Naruto had a condition which made her to be that way. He didn't know about it, nor did anyone else. Naruto and others just thought he had a little bit fragile body than others, that's why she was so overprotective, and that made sense to everyone. But that was actually only a wishful thinking. It was complicated, she sighed. Naruto had been very sick after his birth and was forced to spend most of his early life in a sickbed. It had been long before Naruto had been able to walk by himself or could stay up for long. Yet he had always been his sunny self. Like being in a sick bed wasn't that big of a deal. Then as the years passed, he would grow stronger but had occasional seizures from time to time. As a youngster he often liked to spend time with his sick buddy, Yukitake Jashiro, or as he liked to call him, Ju-kun. It was so stupid that even now Tsunade laughed at it, but her son never was any genius and it was a cute nickname. But older he grew, more stronger he became, and at some point, it stopped completely. But that what worried Tsunade, the doctor side of her especially. What if the condition was only dormant and would suddenly start relapse? Would it be any different if you were around to take care of him? She whispered to the empty room. Take care of him, Tsunade-chan. Those were the last words her past lover had said to her before he had died. It had only been a casual, secret relationship between two captains when it had began to evolve to something more serious. Her being pregnant with his child. Of course he hadn't noticed it until her water broke in the middle of a captain's meeting. And even after that it had to be explained to him what was going on. Naruto must have gotten your brains. It had been quite a shock to him, but also for every other male Shinigami in the meeting. If the only other female captain at the time hadn't jumped on her and carried her away, she might have given birth right there and then. Unfortunately they had been in middle of a crisis, and right after meeting his just-born son Naruto's father had to give his life in order to save the Tsunade. So in the end, Naruto as her only thing left, she had built a great wall called Mother's Love, to protect him, keeping him isolated from the rest of the world. Then when he had joined the academy his big status had expelled most of the students around him, making him even lonelier than first. She had always applied to his physical condition when he had tried to get to the outside world. But when his body had grown out of the condition, she had no choice but allow him to enroll into the academy. It was all so confusing. Just few years ago, Naruto had been bedridden almost once a week, very much like Yukitake, until he had suddenly gotten better. Like he had grown out of it suddenly. And that was what worried her the most. What if he would fall ill on a mission in a real world or somewhere in the Rikudou? He was a vice captain after all. He had much more responsibility than an ordinary squad member. She sighed. Why couldn't he be satisfied with cleaning floors and menial tasks like before? What's so depressing, Oni-sama? She turned her attention to the door. Retsu. She greeted the person who arrived with a chilly voice. Her third seat, Senju Retsu. She was her younger sister, yet complete opposite of her. Tsunade was rash, hot-blooded blonde woman, when Retsu was a calm and collected dark-haired lady. Like winter and summer, the opposites, yet they were made out of the same material. Both of them were worked as healers, had big bust size and yet single. And both of them knew how to use the Senju killing aura. It was also often wondered who would actually be stronger one. The only real reason Tsunade was the captain because she had the head start. Some outsider might wonder why she worked as a third seat of her older sister when she could easily gain the vice-captain's seat. Answer was simple. Shizune. The vice-captain used more time keeping her captain in line instead of doing her actual duties, which fell to the third seat to handle. I rather am the third seat than Oni-sama's babysitter. She had said more often than once. The only time she actually said something bad about someone else was when she commented Tsunade. She also often acted as a big sister of the squad and acting captain when the official captain or her adjutant weren't available. What brings you here? She asked after a moment of glaring each other. I'm a captain, so I'm busy other than you, the third seat. I just brought you reports of day's missions, Taiko, she added with the same voice. They kept glaring each other for a minute until Tsunade finally gave up. Fine, just be gone already. I'm not in the mood today, she said angrily and turned her face to another direction. What's wrong? Ne-sama. Retsu sat on a couch. Tell me. After a moment of consideration, Tsunade sighed. It's Naruto. I just have been thinking of him a lot lately. Feeling depressed when a bird leaves the nest? Retsu asked. That's completely normal. But what if he starts having seizures like before? What about then? Look at Yukitaki-san. He is sick often, but he still manages to lead a squad. Knowing Naruto, it wouldn't even be a challenge. He would find a way. Easily. Then I thought about his father, Tsunade muttered. It has been so long since he died already. I guess. Restu shifted on her seat. Her older sister hardly ever spoke of her past lover in any degree. There were even bets on who had been enough manly to tame one of the wildest women in all the Soul Society. So far, there hadn't been a single lead. Even Shizune wasn't completely sure who he was. Tsunade had kept it as a pretty damn good secret, knowing her personality. Does he resemble him or what? I just thought, would he be proud of how he had turned up? Or would he blame me for ruining his son? Was I too strict with him? Too protective? I don't know. He would have been very proud of you, I'm sure of it. Retsu smiled suddenly. How you know? You don't know who he is, do you? No, not yet at least. She waited quietly for a moment for an answer, but when not receiving any, so she sighed. But I know you. And I know that you wouldn't cry over a man like that unless he was worth it. Tsunade smiled. Thanks, sis. So could you tell me one thing? Retsu cleared her throat. What? How? Gee, he was. She mumbled something totally uncomprehending while blushing slightly. What? Oh, come on. You know I haven't got any in a century. Throw a girl a bone at least. Okay. But what you wanted to know? How big he was. She screamed, frustrated before turning deep red. Tsunade revealed her teeth while smiling very ferociously. So my little, goody two-shoe, little sister is in heat, is she? Oh, how I wish Mom would be around to see this. Oh, you would like that, wouldn't you? To get me in trouble. Unfortunately, it was always you who ended up taking all the blame. Wasn't that fun? Shut up. Tsunade muttered. So, are you going to tell me? She whispered. Tell you what? Tsunade asked innocently. Ne-sama. Okay. Just a little joke. You know, it's a thing that people often say to each other. Anyway, the answer was. She looked around before smiling. He was captain of the third squad, Gamaken Jiraiya. The knock to the door was followed by this announcement. What can I do for you, Toshiro-kun? He asked in a friendly manner from a boy sitting behind the desk and a vein popping to an existence to his forehead. It's not Toshiro. It's Hitsugaya Taiko. Got that? He asked, irritated. Sure thing. Toshiro-kun. Jiraiya exclaimed as he launched himself to the couch. I will tell others to tell you that. So, what you want to talk about? I heard from my vice captain that you have specialized in. If you want an autograph to one of your Ichikas, all you need is to ask. Jiraiya smiled. But I'm a little surprised that someone so young has developed an interest in my books already. Well, fan is a fan and they all need to be treated equally so. I was going to say. Information gathering. Toshiro said angrily. I have no need to such books. Don't be so stingy, Taiko. Rangaku jumped to his desk. They are really great, considering who is writing them. She leaned closer. There's no need to be embarrassed about such books. Every boy has at least 2 of them hid in their bedrooms. Matsumoto. Toshiro yelled. Why don't you take third squad vice captain? Where is your vice captain? Gamaken Taiko. Naruto. He is so busy with his own things that I can't keep up with everything, Jiraiya said. I understood that vice captain should act as captain's adjutant when leaving the barracks, Toshiro asked. It depends on a captain, really. Kenpachi keeps his vice captain on his shoulder and Tsunade-chan is always followed by her own vice captain. That goes also for Shunsui and his vice captain. But that's going to change soon, I hope. What? Nothing. I myself prefer to let him to keep the squad in order while I myself concentrate on more important things. He leaned back. You can yourself to decide whatever if your vice captain is by your side or somewhere else. But if I had such a cute vice captain as your a paperweight conveniently flew across the room into old man's face. By accident, of course. Only my Na-chan can call me by that name. Remember that? She said with uncharacteristically cold voice. Hitsugaya was dumbfounded by the way the things evolved as his vice captain marched out of the office holding her nose high. What was that all about? Hitsugaya asked, confused. It seems that my vice captain knows his way around women. He sighed. Unfortunately, he doesn't realize himself. Your vice captain, he was Senju Naruto, right? You know him? Jiraiya asked. I met him in the academy once. That meeting was unforgettable to say at least, he muttered. You mean the time when he accidentally dropped some laxatives to your food just before your first real-world exercise? How? Jiraiya smirked. I know a lot. I also know that for next 2 months everyone called you Icy Poopy Pant Hitsugaya. A pen in Hitsugaya's hand snapped in two. Don't worry. I know it was nothing personal against you. Jiraiya assured him. It was just because he wanted to create some chaos inside the academy and kicking the best student down was the way to do it. Does he realize how humiliating that was? Hitsugaya asked. Of course he does. Jiraiya answered lazily. He was known as the noble bastard for all his time there. What happened to you was in the end your own fault. You can't change what has happened, but what is going to happen? He stood finally up. Is there anything else? Hitsugaya leaned to his hands. My original intention was to ask if I could rely on your help in the future when I needed to know something. Of course. I have nothing against you. But of course you know the rule. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. What you want? Let's leave that to a time when we need each other's help. Jiraiya smiled. But until then, let's keep it cool, Toshiro-kun. He held out his hand. Hitsugaya stood from his chair and took his hand. Fine. But it's not Toshiro. It's Hitsugaya Taiko. Of course. And, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about your accident, but in return you mustn't to try to take a revenge on Naruto. What you mean? I mean that he would eat you alive if you try to win him in his own game. Trust me. I have tried too. Then he turned around. It's going to be a chilly evening, he muttered while watching out of the window. What? Nothing. I just hope Naruto will score with his date. See ya. Jiraiya left the office of the new captain of the 10th squad. Naruto and Nanao were still rushing through Soul Society, leaving the dusty Rukongai behind long ago and further away from Seirei in her library. Where are we going? She asked, annoyed. Don't worry, we're almost there, Naruto said as he made one final shunpo and landed on some clear hill surrounded by woods. Nanao looked around for a moment but couldn't find anything special from the place. Why are we here? At the same moment an explosion occurred not too far from them, making her to stand up in shock and then kneeling down, hand moving closer to her zanpakuto which she had hid up in her sleeve, but when she didn't find any ryotsu or anything suspicious and Naruto only kept smiling, she turned her head towards the explosion. Just in time to see beautiful fireworks to expand on the sky, creating hundreds yellow and goldish sparks before burning out. Then another and yet another fireworks was released and light sparks filled the sky. Fireworks? She whispered in awe. Best in all the Soul Society. Shiba clan's fireworks. Naruto answered and sat to the grass looking at the show. Come on, sit. He patted the ground next to him. So she did, but not too close. But not too far either. She didn't want to tell him he hated him or anything. But she didn't like him either. So complicated. How did you know about this? She tried to create a conversation. When I was a kid, my mom used to bring me here for a picnic and stuff. They were practically the only times when I actually came out from home. He leaned back to his hand just as some pink light covered the sky. Shiba clan strives to perfection when it comes to fireworks, so they practice often. They are practicing? Nanao asked, amazed by their work. This is amazing. Nothing compared to what they can do when they get serious, Naruto smirked. They watched as the fireworks colored the sky for all evening. It felt like Shiba clan was holding a private show just for the two of them. After a moment Naruto said something he had on his mind for some time now. You look cute. What? She distanced herself from him, shocked. Naruto leaned closer. You look cute when you have such confused expression your face. And I bet that when you smile you're even more beautiful. Are you serious? She asked nervously. I don't joke about women's appearance. He whispered quietly and they started leaning closer to each other. He was leaning over him and accidentally knocked her glasses away. Naruto took a moment to watch her into her dark eyes before gulping. You're beautiful without your glasses. He whispered and leaned even closer. Those whisker marks make you look cute, Nanao whispered back. Their lips were only half an inch away from each other. They could feel their other's warm breathing on their lips. Anyone else would have seen how nervous they were, but themselves were too busy to notice other. It was their both first kiss. Or Nanao's at least. Naruto had an accident in the academy which he wished he could forget. But this was their both real kiss. With opposite. And it would mean a lot to them. Only quarter inch to go. They could taste it. A hollow's screams filled the area and that was followed by sounds of fighting. Amplified Reiatsus appeared next to them. Naruto heard someone releasing his Zanpakuto. So it had ended. The moment was gone. They jumped apart trying to act normal as possible. Naruto swore he would kill anyone whose idea was to have a fight right then and there. We should go. They might need our help. Nanao rushed to explain and started running. Then suddenly she stopped and cleared her throat. Maybe, we shouldn't come out from at the same time. Right? Of course. Naruto tried to sound convincing but he had no time to start crying before she had already used Shunpo and disappeared. Alone on the ground, Naruto lowered his head disappointed. I hate my life. He muttered before placing his hand inside of his kimono and pulled out a fan. God, it's a hot tonight. He started walking towards the sounds of the fight. Somebody better be dying. Couple hours ago, captains were summoned again to an emergency meeting. Everyone appeared more or less voluntarily. Captain Commander started speaking. It appears that a large group of hollows has appeared outside the Rikudou. We have to send a group of skilled Shinigami to deal with this quickly. Mind me asking, but how did they appear? Soifun asked, stepping forward. A large group of hollows itself is unique, but them to appear so close to the Rikudou is even stranger. Her special forces had already informed her about this. They followed bunch of academy students who were in the real world for their training. Everyone looked at Jiraiya, who also stepped forward while putting his hands inside his sleeves. Bunch of elite students who were having an extra lesson in the real world when they appeared. They were able to evacuate before any real danger, but it seems that the hollows decided to follow them to the Seirei. How is it possible to you to know these things so accurately and so fast, I wonder? Soifun voiced out her thoughts while glaring at the man opposite from her. That's a secret for you to find out. He smiled proudly. Anyway, the real question should be how they could fool the 12th Division so easily. He muttered while shifting his eyes to the captain in question. I mean, getting into Soul Society isn't something what that large group can do without anyone noticing. Are you suggesting something? Kuretsuchi Mayuri stepped forward, glaring angrily at Jiraiya. Gamaken Dono, please be frank with your accusations. Do I have any reason to be suggesting anything? Jiraiya asked innocently. Mayuri-kun? Mayuri turned his face away and puffed. I have no interest quarreling with someone like you. He stepped back to his place. So they really did fool his censors, Jiraiya thought. Anyway, there are some things I would like to bring into everyone's knowledge. Everyone turned their attention back to him. Far as I can tell, they have been in the Soul Society longer than just few days. Everyone was shocked. Usually Hollow's movements were really easy to follow and anticipate. It seems that they have opened the pathways somewhere too far for us to notice and have moved here without anyone noticing. The question is how? Everyone stood silent. And that's not the all. Jiraiya continued. According to my sources, they have passed several villages very closely without doing anything to those villages. Even random passerbys were spared. What? Yamamoto asked, opening his eyes. Is that true? What you mean, Jiraiya-kun? Yukitaki asked. Are you suggesting that? Yes. Jiraiya nodded gloomily. It's safe to assume that someone is controlling them. That might be true. Yamamoto muttered and closed his eyes again. But first we must concentrate on facing and destroying this hollow group before it's too late. We can start unmasking masterminds after that. Hitsugaya to Shiro. Hi. Hitsugaya stepped forward. I hereby nominate you as the leader of the attack squad. Destroy all hollows you can find. Hi. He nodded. Let me speak for a moment. Tsunade stepped forward. What is it, Senju? Considering the size of this group, I think it would be best if we would send people from other squads as well. If there will be a large battle, my medics are needed, but they might not be able to reach the wounded on time. She took a moment of pause. Could we send another group to support the first, in which would be considered medics? Yamamoto nodded. I approve. Senju Taiko. I let you decide the people you send, but refrain sending too much, just in case. Of course. Tsunade nodded. There's also one other matter we should discuss. Another voice joined the conversation and the doors opened. Young silver-haired man in Captain's Howry walked in wearing a creepy smile. Who's that? Hitsugaya asked with a low voice from Kyoraku, who was next to him. Ichimaru Jin. He answered, lowering his hat. Captain of the Protection Squad. Protection Squad? Hitsugaya asked. What's that? They are the squad in charge of protection of the Central 46. He explained. The unofficial 14th Squad. They also work in direct command of the Central Room 46 instead of Captain Commander. I see. So what is he doing here? I don't know. What brings you here, Ichimaru Taiko? Yamamoto asked. This is a matter of the Gode 13. I don't see what you have to do with this. But the Central Room 46 thinks it does. Yamamoto Shusho-san. Not sure if it's the correct translation, so if it's not, please notify me, Ichimaru said while walking inside the hall while holding his creepy smile. They wanted to send me as a quiet observer to see if the new Captain San is qualified to hold the title. He smiled. Nice to meet you, by the way. He smiled to Hitsugaya. Are you fine with this, Hitsugaya Taiko? Yamamoto asked. Yes, I am. Good. Hitsugaya Taiko remains in command of this operation while Ichimaru Taiko stays as an observer. Understood? Hi. Both of them nodded. Now, we have wasted enough time. While the attack squad deals with this group, I want every other squad to be on standby. Understood? Hi. Everyone nodded and the captain's meeting was over. Jiraiya quickly moved to Hitsugaya, who was already rushing to his barracks. Congratulations on your first assignment. What you can tell me about Ichimaru? Him. Jiraiya looked over his shoulder. He is former vice captain of the 5th Squad. 5th? You mean Aizen? Exactly. He is his former subordinate, so he had excellent recommendations. He is strong. His Zanpakuto's name is Shinso. He was a prodigy who graduated the academy in 1 year. He likes to screw with people's heads, so don't take him too seriously if he says something. He may be creepy, but I believe that's just his thing. Thing? The thing that differs captains from others. What you mean? Hitsugaya asked, confused. You'll understand soon as you gain yours. Anyway, Ichimaru. And also, he looked around. He is close with your vice captain. What you mean? Hitsugaya asked. They're childhood friends far as I know. They joined the academy together. He explained. I don't know if there's anything deeper than that. I see, he nodded. Thank you anyway. He raised his speed again. Wait just a minute. What? I want to send couple members of my squad with you, he explained. Why? I need someone to report to me, of course. Jiraiya smirked. And best reports come from people on scene. And also I have few new officers with me. I need them to gain some field experience. This seems like a perfect chance. I guess long as they don't get into my way. Of course they don't, Jiraiya promised. Then I will have my medic squad to meet your attack squad at the gate, Tsunade said as she passed them. Make sure not to risk them, Hitsugaya-kun. She glared him warningly, or I will have your head. Even Hitsugaya was taken aback by her cold eyes. Oh, of course. She is scary, isn't she? Jiraiya whispered, comforting. Isn't she the mother of your vice captain? He asked. Yeah. Hitsugaya whistled. I wonder what kind of a man was able to get close with her. Wanna bet on that? What you mean? Jiraiya pulled out a pen and a notebook. Write the person who you think it is in here. The buy-in is, he continued to explain the rules while Hitsugaya made his bet. Mayuri had happened to walk past them on his way to his own squad when they had made the bet. Fools. He muttered arrogantly. Nothing more can be expected from idiots who try to interrupt my work. You're always so stingy, Kuretsuchi. Tsunade said suddenly. I wonder why that is. Want me to describe some medicine that will ease the pain? You mean like you did with your son's father? Mayuri asked. I'm not interested in something like that. What you mean? I haven't, oh please. It's so obvious who the father is. He smirked as they came to a crossroads. Mayuri started moving to his own direction. If someone would just bother using their brains, it would be known. But of course my brains are far more intellect than anyone else's. Tsunade watched as the captain of the 12th squad walked away, wondering was he serious. Jiraiya had just arrived to this squad where Izuru and the others waited for orders. Taiko. What's the situation? They're going to send 10th squad against the Hollows. He explained. I also decided to send the new recruits and Naruto over there. Now where is he? Naruto said he had a hot date, Kiba said, annoyed, shocking everyone. What? Izuru asked. You're serious? We're in a crisis and he is having some candlelight dinner with some. That vice captain of the 8th squad. Jiraiya groaned. That's right. I completely forgot about that. Izuru, you cover for him. 4th seat Hinata and 15th seat Nara will join you. You will be under Hitsugaya's orders. Understood? Yes. Izuru nodded. Shikamaru-san. Hinata-san, what's wrong? He asked in shock. It seemed like the whole female side of the squad had just lost their reasons to live. Hinata-san. Hi. She walked to him. 4th seat, Hyuga. Hinata reporting in. She still loved the way it sounded and almost made her feel better. Especially after the way they had reacted back at Hyuga compound earlier today. A messenger came to the 3rd squad. Is Hyuga Hinata here? He asked quite rudely from the guards. Hinata-chan. Sure. The guard nodded before turning his head inside. Hinata-chan. Hinata-chan. There's someone calling for you. Thank you. She stepped outside wearing her kimono and zanpakuto. Nice to meet you, what's EA? Your father wants to congratulate you on your recruitment. The messenger said rudely again. Now, if you please. Thank you. She nodded. I shall come. The messenger disappeared with Shunpo. That was rude. One of the guards muttered, annoyed. Are you okay with that, 4th seat? I'm okay. She smiled. Anyway, I'll be going now. Tell to others that I will be back soon as I have finished with my business at home. Sure. Anything for our cute little Hinata-chan. Guards smiled happily. Thank you. I guess. She smiled and walked off. Through streets of Seirei she arrived at the Hyuga compound. Out of 4 noble houses it was the most prosperous looking. While Shioin had their fortress, Kuchiki had their large but practical-sized manor and Senju had their large forest garden. Hyuga's had the largest castle-looking compound. Kasumi Oji had actually copied their compound almost completely from them with few differences. Shadow, justice, flower, and tradition. 4 insignias of the noble houses. Order should be protected by shadow, upkeep by tradition and decorated by flowers and judge with justice. She watched the gates from outside, remembering all the years she had to live in that cold place with unapproved eyes glaring everywhere. Finally she could go there and hold her head high. She took a deep breath and walked inside the compound. Ne-sama. She turned around and saw her little sister walking towards her wearing her academy gear. What brings you here? I'm here to report of my recruitment. She smiled to her. What about you, having fun in the academy? My classes are going well. She answered in cold Hyuga manner and walked ahead. Father is in the study. She sighed, continued her walk. Then she heard someone training in the dojo and decided to take a peek. Her cousin Neji was training her zanpakuto hard. What you want, Hinata-sama? He added the suffix clearly unwillingly. Ever since they were children, Neji had hated his cousin. I just saw you training hard and decided to ask if everything is all right? Of course. Now, go. He muttered, concentrated. Out of all noble houses, Kuchiki and Senju have captain's seats. Because of Tsunade giving birth to a bastard son. Senju's standing among the 4 great noble houses was practically the lowest by the honorable 2, Kuchiki and Hyuga. Yet they had a captain, 3rd seat, favored by lower classes and now a vice captain in their ranks. I have to reach Mabankai so I can strive to become a captain. Now please, leave. Of course. Sorry to bother you. She bowed and quickly left the dojo. But your left leg is too far apart from your right leg. She said carefully from the door, earning a shocked glare from Neji before running away. So she didn't notice Neji slightly moving her leg closer. So without further interrupts, she found herself in her father's study. "Hinata," she said without even looking at her. "I heard that you were recruited." "Hi." She bowed. "By the third squad. Gomaken Taiko." "Gomaken Jiraiya. I guess it's better than Senju or Kenpachi, but I would have still preferred if you had gotten yourself into the sixth squad." "Sorry to disappoint you," she muttered, holding her face near the floor. "So, what seat are you?" he asked, but clearly wasn't expecting anything spectacular. Hinata smirked slightly in secret before answering. "The fourth seat." She could hear him turning around. "Are you telling the truth?" he asked. "Of course." She raised her head. "From this day onwards, I will be the fourth seat Hyuga Hinata of the third squad. I guess that's good enough, for now." He turned his head back to his work. Hinata was about to start crying. That was the closest thing to a praise she had ever gotten in this household. "I guess it's only normal that my daughter reaches a high rank so fast," he continued his mutters. "You even passed Neji, who is ninth seat of his squad. So, are you going to return to your squad soon?" "Yes. I'm currently trying to get to know everyone and learn from my senpais how to be a good leader." "I see," he muttered. "Then I guess I won't hold you. Goodbye." "Thank you, father," she whispered. "Ready to move out?" Izuru asked from the group. It consisted from him, Hinata, Shikamaru and 4 older squad members. Their job was clearly to prevent anything happening to them. So they moved out, leaving Jiraiya and Kiba in charge. For some reason all females were feeling quite busy suddenly. "I still can't believe what is going on here," Shikamaru muttered. "This morning I was having a good nap when suddenly I'm on a squad going to fight against hollows. This is going to be so troublesome. I can't believe that Fuku Taiko actually has a date," one of their escorts said, impressed. "I wonder who she is. I bet it's Rankigu-chan." "You mean the vice captain of the 10th? No way. He is way out of his league," another said, not impressed. "What about that pink head that he is always surrounding? You mean Sakura-san?" Hinata asked suddenly. It did fit. He had crush on her ever since he had seen her smiling in the academy. "Nah, Fuku Taiko wouldn't be the type to go to the pink heads. I bet it's that blonde from the 4th squad. You know, the 9th seat?" "You mean Ino-san?" There was another valid candidate, but for some reason she didn't quite fit. "I don't think so because," Shikamaru groaned. "This is so troublesome," he muttered. "Oyh, 3rd seat. Is it always like this?" "Like what, Shikamaru-san?" Izuru asked. "Like this." He nodded over his shoulder. They were still guessing who it would be. Is everyone really this interested in Naruto's love life? For his surprise, Izuru smiled. "Actually, yes. Everyone in the squad holds a great respect towards him. He takes care of everyone on his own expense, yet knows what it takes to lead them. He may be not that smart, but he cares for everyone, and he made that promise." "Promise? I will protect every single one of you from this moment onwards." Naruto bowed his head to the squad. "So take care of me in return. I speak on behalf of everyone in the squad, but there is no better vice captain we could have. Then he smiled awkward. "This sound crazy, doesn't it?" "A little bit, yeah. Don't worry." Izuru smiled. "You will understand when you get used to the squad." "There they are," one of the escorts yelled, pointing towards the large group in front of the gate. Izuru stopped them in front of the elementary student wearing the captain's haori. "Itu, 3rd squad, 3rd seat, Kira Izuru." He bowed. "I have with me 4th seat Hyuga Hinata, 15th seat Nara Shikamaru and squad members." He listed the people with him. Hitsugaya acknowledged them by nodding to them. 10th squad captain, Hitsugaya Toshiro. "Yo, Kira-kun." Rangaku jumped directly in front him. "Era? Na-chan isn't with you? Where is he? Don't tell me he is still on his date." They noticed how someone of the 3rd squad members changed some money. "Damn. I was so sure it was Matsumoto Fukutaichu," he muttered. "You think he dislikes Big?" "How should I know?" Shikamaru groaned. Rangaku ignored them when she noticed Hinata looking around rather frantically. "What's wrong? Nerves?" "No." She was shocked when spoken to. 4th seat Hyuga Hinata. "We weren't introduced last time we met." "I remember you." Rangaku patted her shoulder in friendly. "So, let me guess. You must be thinking now, if she is here, then who is with my Naruto-kun?" "What? It's not like that. I'm just a little, how did you know it?" She poked her forehead. Women's institution. She winked. Anyway, don't worry. My Na-chan is in good hands. She walked away humming. What was that all about? Hitsugaya asked from her vice captain. No thing. She smiled. Anyway, aren't those 4th squad members going to show up anytime soon? They will arrive soon enough. Ichimaru walked over to them. Hello everyone. Ichimaru. Hitsugaya greeted him coolly while he observed reactions on his vice captain. To his surprise, she was rather calm about him. Did she even acknowledge his arrival in any other way than nodding quickly before turning away and starting teasing some squad members? Any news yet? No change. Ichimaru answered. It seems that they will soon arrive into outskirts of Rugenkai. We must hurry then. Hitsugaya muttered. There they are. He noticed the group of 4th squad members rushing towards them. Hinata was happy to realize that both Sakura and Inoue were among them. But if Naruto wasn't with either of them, then who was he with? 4th Squad Vice Captain, Katetsu Shizune. Shizune greeted Hitsugaya. And with me I have, she quickly members she had with her. Okay, now that everyone's here, let's move out, Hitsugaya gave the order. The group charged ahead towards the outskirts of Rugenkai. They made contact with the enemy soon enough. It was truly a large group of hollows of different sizes and skills. Hitsugaya took a moment to analyze the situation. They were all Jillian class, yet some of them would be hard to handle. They did seem unexpectedly calm and collected. It was clear. Someone was controlling them, and was doing it well. Well. Ichimaru folded his arms into his sleeves. What are you going to do, Hitsugaya Taiko? Hitsugaya puffed and raised his hand. Destroy them. Ha! Everyone screamed together and charged ahead. Matsumoto. He yelled and his vice captain appeared next to him. I want you to circle around and see if you can find anyone who could be leading them. Be careful. Hi. She nodded and asked her personal fighting group to follow her while she used the shunpo to disappear. Meanwhile, Izuru was carefully observing how his new officers were handling the situation. It was Hinata's and Shikamaru's first real fight, and some people could see it right away. Even though Hinata had rocked her match with Kiba, she had never fought a real hollow before. She even froze before realizing that it had already began. A hollow had rushed forward screaming and reached with its hands when Hinata had realized she had a weapon in her use. Seal their powers. Juken. She released her Zanpakuto. It transformed from a normal-looking katana into a pair of light gauntlets. When the hollow started to get closer, she punched into its face, killing it in one go. Not even realizing how it had happened, she started panting. Excellent work, 4th seat. Izuru commented her as he jumped next to her, slashing through a hollow on his way. But you shouldn't waste your Ryatsu on these small fries. Then he looked at Shikamaru, who was doing little as possible using his Kido skills mostly. He bonded his opponents, leaving the finishing part to others. He really is lazy, isn't he? He muttered. Yes. Shikamaru-kun was always like that. Hinata agreed when she finished another hollow with one hit, but she was already panting. This, pant, is, pant. Harder, pant, thought. It's the first fight. Always hard. Izuru commented. Damn, there seems no end to these. Everyone was fighting with all their power against the waves of hollows, and he was also worried of his 4th seat. Hinata was having her first real fight, and it always used up the body in more ways than the person can imagine. So it was no wonder that once she was about to strike down a hollow, she accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. Ah, she gave out a sound. Damn. Izuru muttered. Hollows had managed to separate them, so he couldn't save her. He tried to contact his group, but they were all tied in the battle as well. Even Shikamaru had to actually fight against the hollows. This is bad, he muttered. Die, Shinigami. The hollow brought his claws up and charged down. Hinata couldn't do anything but watch up in despair. This was the extent of her abilities? Naruto-kun. She was so sorry. Hinata. Move. Shikamaru screamed. Ikoros. Shinso. Suddenly a spear-like weapon charged through Hollow's head and continued its charge. Then it started arcing and slashed everyone around her. Wah! Everyone stopped when Ichimaru Jin stepped there. Ichimaru Taiko, Hinata whispered, thank you. Don't mention it. Hyuga-san. He smiled down to her as his Zanpakuto retracted back to its normal size. Perhaps you should rest for the rest of the fight. What you say? Sure. Hinata whispered when both Izuru and Shikamaru jumped to her support. Are you okay? Shikamaru asked. I'm sorry, she whispered. It's okay. Izuru nodded. Many overdo it on their first fights. Shikamaru-san. Take Hinata-san to safety. You too, follow him. Hi. The group disappeared. Thank you, Ichimaru Taiko. Izuru bowed his head. Don't worry about it. He smiled. Did you defeat your opponents already? Yes. I was able to defeat all of them. That's great. Then Ichimaru acted like he was confused for a moment. Have we met before? Yes. In the real world that time when, that academy training gone bad, he ended the sentence. I remember it now. It was you, that red-haired boy and Aizen's vice captain who had stayed behind and fought those hollows. Yes. Izuru was feeling somewhat proud to be remembered by someone other than his own captain. Say Izuru, how you feel about your standing in your current squad? Unare. Hineka. Rangaku yelled and her blade turned into ash, destroying everything on its path, clearing her surroundings from hollows. Fuku Taiko. One of her subordinates reported in. I have scanned the area and it seems that we are alone. Not here either. She kicked the dirt in on the ground. I was so sure we would find something. At the same moment the bushes around them woke alive when something moved. Everyone took a hold of their zanpakutos and stepped in defensive formation. Who's there? She asked. Rangaku-san. Is that you? Nanao appeared from the bush holding her book. What a coincidence. I was just on my evening walk when I suddenly heard some noises of battle and decided to come to check things out. Is everything all right? Everyone's sweat dropped. There was no chance that she was serious just now. What are you doing here? Rangaku asked, letting her zanpakuto go, and others did the same. I thought you were on a date with Na-chan. Date? Where did you get that silly idea on your head? Nanao tried laugh but obviously failed in that too. And when the bushes woke up again and Naruto stumbled to the scene, everything was clear. Eyes Nanao, you pervert. Rangaku screamed excited and launched herself on the other girl. So how was it? Was what? Don't be embarrassed. She smirked. Everyone has their things. So you and Na-chan have some kinky outdoor. It's nothing to be shamed off. It wasn't like that. Nanao screamed, trying desperately to save her face. I don't know why Senju Fukutaichu is here, but I know it has to be a coincidence. Right, Senju Fukutaichu. Naruto only shrugged. She is telling the truth. He gave in. I was just on my evening walk when I suddenly heard some noises of battle and decided to come to check things out. He repeated the same line as Nanao had just moments ago, making her to slap her face in defeat. So, how was it? Rangaku whispered from Nanao. How big he is? Did he last long? Was he a good kisser? Tell all details? There's nothing to tell, Nanao explained firmly. True. Naruto-san brought me here, but it was not a date. It was just getting to know each other and arranging some. I don't even need to point out that you're using his first name a bit casually, if I may say, but jump right into asking, what were you arranging? Kido lessons. Naruto suddenly made something up. She heard that I sucked at Kido more than allowed, so she promised to teach me some tricks to improve my control. Kido lessons. Rangaku nodded, now completely convinced. Like I haven't ever heard that before. Naruto decided to change the subject before his girlfriend would start assassinating people for sake of her face. What are you doing here anyway? We're right in the middle of Kido lessons when we felt a large amount of amplified Ryatsu. Well, sorry to disappoint you, but there was a large group of hollows coming through this way towards the Rukongai and we were ordered to eradicate them. Rangaku looked around. My captain was given the lead on this one. We reached the enemy and he told me to come to look for someone who might be controlling them. She ended her explanation. Naruto pulled out his fan. What you mean? I don't know exactly. She shrugged. Now that you're here, perhaps you could help me. Sure. Naruto nodded even before thinking about it, considering that we won't continue our Kido lessons anytime soon. Nanao blushed and turned away. I'm sorry Naruto-san, but it seems that this takes the higher priority. She started moving towards a random direction. Rangaku felt almost bad about the situation when Naruto disappointed puppy dog eyes scanned the area, but she was now sure that she should comfort her Kuhei vice captain. With her love crack, she stepped forward. But this situation did interfere badly with your plans. Nanao said, suddenly making her stop in the middle of her step. Perhaps we could continue another time. Oh snap. Rangaku sighed when Naruto teleported next to Nanao and hugged her tightly before bending her back backwards and covering their faces with his fan. Everyone was taken by a surprise completely. Even Rangaku, who couldn't feel but jealousy burning her insides when Naruto and Nanao kept making out in front of her, even though had the decency to cover their faces while doing so. Nanao didn't know what to say or do or how to explain the situation. She had just considered out a possibility of having a secret relationship with him. But now, he had launched himself on her and was drowning her into these passionate, hot kisses. Little by little she started answering to them. It was ecstasy completely new to her. She had read few novels about the subject, but the real thing, wow. There was nothing else to say but, wow. She was feeling extremely stupid, but for her greatest surprise she didn't care. Now all that mattered was how the hot lips were locked together. They broke up after a time that seemed like eternity. Nanao stood up blushing and was actually completely out of it. She cracked her eyes open and looked into eyes of her boyfriend. Was this what it meant to have a boyfriend? Kissing like this all the time. Feeling warm and fuzzy inside. She gulped and started breathing hard. She was feeling so hot. His eyes gazed into her heart like two beautiful mirrors. ERHM. Rangaku cleared her throat loudly, making them both jump apart. You done yet? Nanao started quickly to correct her appearance. Her glasses were all wrong. Her hair was a mess and her kimono was all wrinkled. You're right, Naruto-san. She made quite an emphasis on the suffix. Naruto covered his lower face with his fan. That fan is really fascinating. Nanao nodded quickly and turned around, correcting her hair, and picked her book up. When did she drop that? We must talk more about it later. She took deep breath before turning her attention back to Rangaku. So, what's the situation? While you were examining the fan, I sent my men to scout the area. If Nanao hadn't been too busy trying to cope up with the humiliation while her cheeks blushed, or Naruto wasn't such a dimwit, they might have noticed the bitter tone in her voice. So far nothing. I see. Nanao nodded, understanding. Let's go, she said firmly. I will scan that area, and why don't you try that direction? She said firmly to Naruto, pointing exactly opposite direction of hers while nodding to Rangaku. We'll help you the best we can. Oh, how nice of you. Rangaku answered with a strained smile. I will accompany my Na-chan to be safe. Okay. What you mean? Nanao asked with a freezing tone. Do you have something you want to talk with him? No. Not at all. That's because I already know everything about him. She smirked triumphantly for her new rival's losing confidence. You didn't know? I'm Na-chan's closest friend ever. We have known ourselves almost forever. What? That's true. Naruto answered, not really understanding what the big deal was. When I was a kid, Ran-chan saved my life. That's the time when I actually wanted to become a Shinigami just like her. Naruto smiled his happy smile to her. We have been friends with her ever since. But you were friends, right? Not anything deeper? Nanao asked. What you mean? Naruto asked, confused. Well, true, maybe not just a friendship. Rangaku smirked triumphantly and Nanao's face faltered. But I guess she more close to a big sister than a friend. Naruto continued with zero ill intentions. It was like an arrow stabbing through her heart. Always there for me with strange humor of hers. Another arrow. Cheering my day when I was sick. And another. Giving me advices when I couldn't ask from anyone else. And another. Yes. Ran-chan is my closest friend. Almost like a big sister. And another 1,000 arrows to finish her off. Nanao realized how stupid her boyfriend, she couldn't believe she actually had one, actually was. Which made things all more complicated. Perhaps I should go with Nanao-chan. Rangaku muttered, defeated. I would like to have a word with her. Oh. Okay. Naruto nodded. I will then move into that direction. He waved his hand. Stay safe, Nao-chan. And used Shunpo to disappear. There was a moment of silence at the clearing. Nanao was feeling extremely awkward right now. She couldn't tell anything what was going on in her, probably former, friend's head. She couldn't even see her eyes. Her hair was covering them. I still haven't given up on him. Rangaku whispered so suddenly that it went almost unheard. I know him better than you, she continued. I'm sorry but I have no idea. Stop the BS, Rangaku yelled suddenly. He has already taken your heart too, hasn't he? Nanao didn't bother to answer. I saved his life, she continued and turned her back to her. When he was just a kid. I have seen him on brink of death while coughing blood. I was there when he joined the academy. I helped him with his studies when he needed help. I was first to congratulate him when he graduated. I have seen him growing to a man. I have decided to be there for him in the end. And always between. We are going to be together. And if someone tries to get between us. She looked over her shoulder with uncharacteristic glare. I will fight for him, so be prepared. Nanao watched in shock when Rangaku walked out of the clearing into the bushes before realizing she should have said something, but now it was too late. Then she groaned in defeat. What kind of mess I have brought myself into. Then she rushed after her friend, thinking so hard a way to get out of the mess. If either of them had been on full alert, they might have realized that a person had been standing over them the whole time upside down. So that's his son. Quite a charmer if I don't say. He smiled widely, revealing his teeth. Quite unlike his father. I wonder if he will pass yet. He used Shunpo to chase after his target. Hado number 33. Sokatsui. Izuru yelled, releasing his attack on the last hollow alive. That was the last one of them. Ichimaru folded his arms into his sleeves. Excellent work, Izuru-san. It seems that both Gamaken-san and Aizen-san spoke truth about you. Thank you. He bowed his head. Ichimaru. Hitsugaya walked to them. Is there any word from Matsumoto? I'm afraid not. Ichimaru said, shrugging. I guess they're still looking. Hitsugaya looked around. They had won but not without losses. They several casualties, and it took every member of the 4th squad to save them all. One pink-haired girl was now operating someone with a blonde girl. Kira. You go look for them. Taiko. Rangaku appeared next to him, smiling her usual smile. She had returned with everyone and someone new. Woman had black hair and glasses. Hitsugaya was sure she wasn't a member of his squad but a vice captain of another squad. Why was she here? Matsumoto. Hitsugaya muttered. Did you find anything? I'm afraid not. She shook her head. There was nothing we could find. Just more hollows in smaller group. I still can't understand what's going on here. I see, but tell me, why the 8th squad vice captain is here? Nanao-chan. She was. Rangaku's chilly voice surprised everyone. Giving Kido lessons. Kido lessons? Hitsugaya asked. To who? Excuse me, but, Nanao looked around. Has 3rd squad vice captain returned yet? Then it hit Izuru. He was going out with you, he yelled, surprised. Hinata, Sakura and Ino heard this. Shikamaru only groaned. Are we still on that? He noticed how everyone from his squad cursed. I had no idea he liked glasses. Someone said. Did anyone bet on her? Another added before someone answered. No. It was no date. Nanao screamed. I was giving Senju-san Kido lesson. She started her normal ranting, trying to save her face. So he was taken already. Too bad, huh? Forehead? Ino smirked. Forehead? Huh? What now, pig? Can't you see we're busy? With healing, Sakura whispered. Ino watched at her for a moment like she couldn't believe herself. You're actually feeling dumped, aren't you? What? Of course not. Sakura shook her head. I'm glad, yes glad. Now that he has gotten himself an actual girlfriend, I can concentrate on making Sasuke-kun my own. There's nothing to be ashamed of. They both turned their heads to see Shizune healing another person next to them. You have gotten used to Naruto-kun being there for you, making you think unconsciously that he is your backup plan. Now that he is gone, you feel like left out and abandoned. Fuku Taiko. Sakura yelled. It's not like that. I would have never started going out with him even if things wouldn't work out with Sasuke-kun. Keep telling yourself that. Ino smirked. Stop that. Sakura glared at her. Well, it's not like I care, but he asked me out this morning and now he is having a date within the wildlife. How screwed up person is he? Romantic. Shizune sighed dreamily. I remember when I got my first date. Mom got you making out with the guy in our backyard. 4th seat Izan muttered under her breath, who was healing guy next to her. Shizune was the oldest of the 3 Katetsu siblings, even though people often mistook Izan as older due to her long height. Like their older sister, Both younger Katetsu girls shared her sense of loyalty. Then she grounded you for a month while dad chased that guy across Seireti. What happened to him again? I don't know actually. He never came by after that. Shizune sighed dreamily again. I wish I could also date someone once in a while. It wouldn't hurt to get some. Fuku Taiko. Nei-san. Shizune blushed when she realized that she had said that last part out loud. Continue working. Meanwhile, Nanao was just finished with her rant even though no one believed her obviously, so they shifted their eyes to Rangaku, who rolled her eyes before nodding. Yeah. Something like that anyway. But I haven't seen Fuku Taiko since this afternoon. Izuru shook his head. What you mean? Rangaku asked. We agreed on meeting here soon as we were done. At the same moment a massive amount of Ryotsu was released not too far from them. Taiko? Rangaku whispered. That red light was. Yeah. That was a Sero. Hitsugaya muttered in equal shock. That's the direction Naruto-san went, isn't it? Nanao whispered in shaking. What? Naruto was walking leisurely around the forest, not really caring about the situation. So some hollows were invading. Like that had never happened before. And the night had gone so well already. If only those stupid hollows hadn't. Dai Shinigami. A hollow appeared, mouth full of fangs, charging towards him. You shouldn't do that. Naruto muttered and took the handle of his Zanpakuto. When the hollow was about to impale him with its fangs, he stepped back and clicked his Zanpakuto back to its place. Idiot. Hollow was cut half from the middle with one clean slash. He was about to continue his walk when he heard someone clapping his hands. Nice work, as expected from Senju clan's heir. Truly a noble style. Naruto slowly turned around. A man was standing high in the air looking down to him. He had neatly cut yellow hair and a black shirt. Who are you? Don't sweat over it. Man smiled widely, revealing his teeth. I just saw how you defeated that hollow. Very clean work, you didn't even give it a chance. I'm on a foul mood. Naruto muttered and tried to analyze his new encounter. I already asked who are you and what you want. I can understand your trouble. The man nodded as he slowly descended. I was once interrupted while I was on my date. Damn, that guy couldn't walk up straight for a week. You have been spying on me and Nanao-chan? Naruto muttered. Who are you? That was the last time I asked it. Hirako Shinji turned his face towards him and smiled cunningly. I'm your kin. That's all you need to know. What you mean? A Shinigami? What squad are you in then? I never said I was a Shinigami, and I said that was all you needed to know about me. Hirako walked towards him, his hands in his pockets. These hollows, were they your doing? Pretty good guess, but wrong. Hirako shook his head. I was just taking the advantage of the situation, and while everyone was looking at them, I asked an associate of mine to open a gate to this world. Why? I think it's obvious. Because I wanted to meet you. Shinji smirked. After all, we're the same kind. You already told me that but never explained it to me. Naruto unconsciously took a hold of his fan and started to play with it. What you want of me? We can get to that soon enough. Hirako smirked. I have other than just personal business with you. Please do tell. Naruto started sweating suddenly. What was going on? Why was he so nervous all of a sudden? This guy, even if he had such a stupid posture and moved like an idiot, he was clearly strong. Could he take him on? Should he ask for help? Don't worry. I'm not here to kill you. How I know that you're not just toying with me? Suddenly Hirako took a very serious face. Because I owe your father a great deal already. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. My father? Yes. You didn't know? Well, I guess when they say an apple never falls too far from the tree, they knew what they say. You look exactly like him. Hirako nodded. Especially that fan in your hand and those cunning eyes looking at me. You must be pretty smart. Flattery won't do you any good. Naruto muttered. And I am not very smart. I can hardly use basic Kido skills. And it took me very long to graduate from the academy. But you're strong. Hirako continued. And you're expert in Shunpo. You have natural leadership skills. Even though you first appear just rash idiot, you actually take time to analyze the situation. And you're an expert swordsman. Well, can't argue there. He muttered, little too satisfied with himself. If people outside even knows my reputation, it means I must really be awesome, doesn't it? Hiriko's sweat dropped. Well, anyway, I'm here to find something out about you. What? Don't tell me you're my fan. Do I get fans already? That would be fun. Can't wait until everyone hears about this. Naruto started screaming excited. Are you serious? Hiriko asked shocked. Suddenly Naruto calmed down and covered lower half of his face with his fan. Actually no, I just wanted to see if you were just a good judge of character or just dig up something about me. Well, I have to admit I fell completely to that one. Hiriko smirked. True, I only know what my associates found out. Why go to such limits just for me? Naruto asked. What am I to you? Hiriko sighed. I already told you twice. A Zanpakuto appeared in his hand. We can talk later all you want. Naruto put away his fan and with a smooth motion pulled out his Zanpakuto just in time to block Hiriko's attack. What are you doing? Naruto asked as the power of the attack pushed him back. I thought you weren't going to kill me. Hiriko smirked. Maybe I lied only to get your guard down. Unlikely. Naruto answered, panting and sheathing his Zanpakuto. What you mean? You can't tell if I lie, but I know that you're strong, far stronger than me. Naruto explained as he clicked his Zanpakuto on place but didn't let it go. You're at least strong as a captain. That much is obvious. He used his other hand to take his fan and started waving it. Why would you lie to me? To play with me? You don't seem to type to enjoy something like that? And you have already stated that I'm somehow valuable to you. So the only other option is. You are your father's son. Hiriko smirked. Yes. This is a test, and if you pass, I will tell you everything. You wouldn't mind telling me now? Hiriko only smirked and waved his finger. Nah. He charged ahead again. Naruto stepped on forward and took a hold of his Zanpakuto's handle. Its sealed form was very much like a normal kodachi, short sword with a golden handle but handguard at all. With his right hand he took a hold of its handle while he used his left hand took a tight grip on the scabbard. Then when Hiriko was just in front of him, he pulled out the blade out of the scabbard, using the extra strength used to pull out the sword to speed up the blade. Iijutsu. Hiriko thought when he blocked Naruto's blade. He stepped backwards and turned his sword upside down. Naruto stepped back, took a hold of his sword's handle with the second hand and moved closer. This kid has the advantage long as we stay like this. Hiriko countered it by moving towards him and so stepping aside him, scratching Naruto's cheek. Naruto ignored the pain on his face and stepped backwards, turning his sword along the way and stabbed through his armpit. He felt how it hit something hard and realized that his opponent, whoever he was, had blocked it with the side of his blade. Pretty good, Naruto. As expected from the heir of one of the great noble houses. Shut up and fight me. Naruto yelled, swirling around, and tried to grab his coat but he evaded it by simply jumping up. You yourself haven't yet even released your Zanpakuto. What I heard, you would be more than ready to show everyone your sword's true form. Then you heard wrong. Naruto muttered and prepared himself. I don't have any intention of showing it to anyone. TCH. That's no fun. Hiriko charged ahead, no more fiercely than before. Naruto was only barely able to keep up with all his attacks and each one of them felt like breaking his body to bits. Just remember, I can't hold back that well while fighting like this. Whenever you want to you can release your Zanpakuto. Or do you want your mother to cry over your grave? Don't ever mention my mother, Naruto screamed, and sudden burst of Ryotsu surprised Hiriko when Naruto for the first time took the initiative and charged with amazing speed. Hiriko only smirked as he countered every move with ease. Even now, when Naruto was literally leaking Ryotsu, he was able to counter his moves with ease. And that made Naruto even more angrier. His opponent was using only one hand. He was going all out and his opponent, damn! He screamed as he was kicked away. He flew over the ground hitting a tree, bashing right through it. After that Naruto suddenly stabbed his Zanpakuto into the ground and used it to turn around and raised his finger. Hado number 4, Byakurai. Hiriko was surprised when giant white lighting charged ahead towards him, then it connected. Naruto pulled his blade out of the ground and flipped in the air and landed on his feet. Did I get him? That was a close one. His eyes grew in shock when he heard Hiriko's voice. His opponent was standing there holding his palm towards him like it had been no big deal. I even had to use it for a second. You really should learn how to control that thing. Not only it's dangerous to your opponent but to yourself as well. Damn! Naruto screamed and was about to charge again when he suddenly came to a halt. Hirako raised his eyebrow to this. What are you doing? He asked when Naruto suddenly closed his eyes and took a deep breath and clapped his hands. He seemed to be seeking for some kind of rhythm until he reopened his eyes with an angry glare. You want to see my Shikai? He muttered. So now you're going to show it to me? Do you or do you not? Well, yeah. After all, it's part of the test. Go to hell with your tests. Naruto muttered and held his Zanpakuto straight forward of him. Tasukete. Kitsune. N. Help me. Fox. His Zanpakuto grew longer, to a full-sized katana with a strange twist in the base. N. Think blood plus Saya's weapon. It had no handguard either. Its blade looked like a weird saw which had tens of smaller blades attached to it, while the blade itself had a weird circular form like a S. That's your Zanpakuto, huh? Hirako asked curiously. It's weird if nothing else. Feel honored. Naruto said. There isn't too many people who have seen my Shikai in use. Only people in my squad actually. Thanks, but now, Hirako stepped slowly forward. Let's finish the test. Round 2 started when Naruto used Shunpo to peer behind Hirako and cut his opponent back. Hirako raised his sword and blocked it with ease. What are you playing at? He pushed him away and quickly turned around before he slashed, aiming at Naruto's side. He was only barely able to block the blade, but the attack itself was too fierce for him to stand it. He was sent flying across the field, smashing through trees as went by. Stop joking around. Hirako sighed as Naruto was just about to recover when he kicked into his side. I came here in order to find your true strength, to see if you could be one of us. But no, you're just weak, stupid, and has a useless Zanpakuto. He kept kicking his side. When does this brat recognizes his lose? He should be using that already. He could sense something leaking in his Ryotsu, but it was almost too faint to be detected among all his normal Ryotsu. And no matter how he tried to beat him down, he wouldn't lose his cool. He had managed to somehow to stay in control of himself all this time. Naruto surprised him by jumping up suddenly and slashing through air. TCH. Hirako muttered and blocked the air and slashed across his eyes, coloring everything in Naruto's world in red and then kicking him to his side again, kicking him to the ground. While Naruto was being beaten to a bulb, him trying to fight back, he kept remembering what his mother had said to him just before he had joined the academy. Listen up, brat. She said rather coldly as they stood in the garden. They were alone. Shizune was currently busy with the squad. Naruto had just been a little sick lately when he had tried to train some by himself. He had gotten too excited and started coughing blood. If you want to join the academy, you must learn to keep your cool in a fight. Keep my cool? He asked while sitting on the veranda. What do you mean? You remember what happened last time, right? Naruto thought about it. First he had trained his swordsmanship alone. Then he had started to pick up the pace. He had concentrated his Ryotsu and started raising his power. He started sparring with the air, waving his Bakken in amazing speed. Then suddenly he had started feeling cold and horrible, but when he was about to get dizzy he started coughing blood. Just like always. You found out? Naruto laughed sheepishly. Of course I did, you idiot. Tsunade sighed. I know everything what goes on in this household. Anyway, the reason why that happens every time is because I have some horrible disease that acts up when I start working out too much. I know. You have told me that 100 times already. He didn't notice a small rock that flew right into his forehead. Ow. Why you did that for? Naruto, I didn't grow you up to be a smart ass, she said angrily. She took a deep breath. Why you want to be a Shinigami anyway? So I can be cool like Ran-chan. Naruto yelled childishly. She always tells how much fun she has all the time, and I want that too. Yes, orphan from Rugenkai. Tsunade muttered. It was not like she actually cared where anyone was from except when it came to her son. We can talk about that later. Anyway, if you want to be one, you must first convince me to give you right to do so. What? Naruto said hopelessly. If you don't want to let me go, then just say so. Another rock flew directly to his forehead. What I said about being a smart ass? Sorry, Naruto mumbled with teary eyes. That's better. Anyway, do you want my permission, or do I have to lock you into your room for all eternity? Again. Naruto muttered under his breath. Don't make me spank you. Tsunade countered him. Yes, I want to become a Shinigami. And I will, even if you won't allow me. Naruto suddenly jumped up and pointed his finger towards her. To his surprise, she only smiled kind of sadly. I know. You're that kind of boy. You will do what you want and forget about everything else in the world. In that way I guess you kind of remind him. Anyway, if you want to, you must first learn to keep your cool. No matter what happens, you must never allow yourself to get carried away in battle. You understand? Know your limit. How do I do that? Well, first Naruto was sent flying once again by a painful punch. This is getting boring pretty quickly. If you won't show it, I guess you won't qualify. Saint, stop joking around. Naruto muttered as he tried to stand up. I can still fight. You can hardly stand. Maybe the rumors were exaggerating when I heard about you. I guess it's time to end this. Hiriko sighed. Too bad. You're an interesting guy to say at least. And then there's that another thing. What? Now that I know that you fail, I have to kill you. He raised his blade to killing strike. Too bad. Naruto breathed hard. Pant. This, pant. The, pant. True, pant. Desperation. Hiriko's eyes widened when he looked into his back and was smiling. His face was red from blood and his face had a long cut right through his eyes which continued to bleed. You know, I'm the vice captain of the 3rd squad. And the 3rd squad's insignia is the marigold. And its meaning is desperation. Hiriko nodded. I know it. I myself always liked the lily of the valley. Sacrifice, danger, pure love. Naruto asked, trying to open his eyes more, but it hurt too much. What fits for you? I guess it would be sacrifice. Hiriko shrugged. But the pure love doesn't sound too bad either. Anyway, are you going somewhere with this? Naruto stumbled and almost loosed his balance. He stabbed the ground with his blade to gain some support. I'm just telling you that because I'm kind of confused. What? I'm about to be killed by a person who toyed with me the whole time, in a forest away from my home after I got my perfect date interrupted by some measly hollow. And that is after I had to deal with some old bullies in the academy, emo king in my own barracks, and chased my captain all day long. And the best part is that, it seems that it has just been another regular day in my amazing life. Your life really sucks. Hiriko's sweat dropped. Do you want to commit a seppuku? I can assist if you like. It's not that. Naruto shook his head. It's that even now, I should be feeling great amount of fear and desperation, but instead I'm feeling completely calm and serene. He slowly pulled his sword out of the ground. I guess I could show you it. My Zanpakuto's true form. Huh? Naruto took a deep breath. Now that I know that you're strong enough that I can use this without fear of killing you, I will. What you mean? Hiriko asked. You mean you have been taking a beating all this time by choice? You could put it like that. Naruto nodded. You see, she is a very vain girl. Who? Your girlfriend? Mother? What the hell are you talking about? Did I hit you too hard that last time? She is not only vain but arrogant, loves the attention I give to her and gets very easily very jealous. Your girlfriend? My most important woman in the world. Naruto smiled. Tasukete kudasai, kitsune oit mamiji. Save me. Fox in autumn colors. The sudden burst of Ryotsu came and Hiriko jumped back smirking. This is more like it. Then it ended. You should feel extremely honored. Expect my captain. No other soul has witnessed my Zanpakuto being released. Everything calmed down. Naruto was standing there with his Zanpakuto on his hands. It had seemed like reverting back a few steps. It had lost its circular motion and saw like blades. Only thing common with the original was the lack of handguard and the weird twist at the beginning of the blade. Simply it's not almost identical with Saya's blade from Blood Plus. Hiriko also noticed one other thing. You know your grip is too high. Your thump is. The blood started running out of his hand, tainting the blade's beginning. Blood tainted the blade until he noticed something forming into its surface. It was a fox smiling cunningly. I know. Naruto muttered and slowly removed his thumb from the base to safer place. You see now? She is very vain and loves the attention. If I don't use her full name, she won't even budge. So the form you used just now was just a middle form between my Shikai and sealed form. Naruto nodded. She even made so that I would have to beg her for help if I wanted her to help me. Such an incantation. And if I ever agitate her by calling her just by her first name, she will demand compensation. He raised his sword to over under his eyes. My blood. What a barbaric Zanpakuto you have there. Hirako admitted surprised. You have no idea. Naruto smirked and sheathed his Zanpakuto. I have yet to fully introduce myself. I'm sorry. My mother would kill me if she would find out the lack of my manners. Gote 13, 3rd Squad Vice Captain. Senju Naruto. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hirako's sweat dropped. I guess you want me to tell my name also. It would be nice. You can call me Hirako. He smirked. That should be enough for you. I guess. Naruto shrugged and stepped closer and prepared to attack. Iijutsu again. Hirako asked. You should prepare yourself. I aim for a quick victory. Naruto charged ahead and pulled his Zanpakuto. The second art. Second. Hirako asked when he blocked the attack. Is this really Al? He noticed something else coming from the corner of his eye and diverted just in time to something save himself from being impelled by dozens of shuriken. He evaded them all but one which scratched his face a small cut. Not quite. Naruto smirked and slashed his sword again, now in the air. Not even trying to hit anywhere. Wah! Again something flew just aside Hirako's body. What's going on? He wondered when Naruto appeared behind him and slashed again. In the moonlight he saw it and blocked them all. Momiji leaves. He snapped one between his fingers. Made of steel. What the hell? Seems you have noticed. He turned to Naruto who was holding his Zanpakuto towards the ground. Kitsunoid Momiji's second ability. When slashed, my Zanpakuto creates Momiji leaves hard as steel which will impel like Shinobi's shuriken. You said that it was your second art. What a screwed up logic. Hirako muttered. Sorry Hirako-san, but it's just that the second art is actually the first offensive art. So the first art is actually defensive. Hirako's smirk widened. Then let me help you reveal it. He took his Zanpakuto with both of his hands and charged. Show it to me. First art. Naruto yelled and waved his Zanpakuto in front of himself, leaving a wall of Momiji leaves behind which blocked the Hirako's attack and hid Naruto behind it. Nice trick. He praised when Naruto appeared behind him using the second art again. He blocked them and tied Naruto into a sword fight. I can tell just by looking that it can easily block everything under Hado number 60. I wonder if it could block my Sero. What? Naruto asked as Hirako slashed down over his left eye so that the wound crossed over his eye. Remember now, this is a secret between the two of us. If someone finds out about this, I could end up in a lot of trouble. He brought his hand down creating a hollow mask. Naruto asked in shock. What the hell are you? Didn't I already tell you? I'm your kin. Then the red light of a Sero started glowing. Naruto slashed the air for the second time, creating the wall of Momiji leaves when the Sero launched. There was an explosion. Hirako looked into the smoke as he removed his mask. Did you die? Naruto. Are you alive? TCH. Did I use too much power on that one? The smoke cleared, revealing that his Sero had impaled right through Naruto's defense. He saw Naruto who wasn't doing so great either. There was a giant hole on the left side of his body. Whoops. Hirako muttered. My bad. He stepped closer. We better get that checked up. I have a friend who can help. I don't need your help. A voice muttered and Naruto appeared behind Hirako, placing his blade on his neck. I'm fine. Hirako was shocked. How? Who? When? You mean how did I survive? Simple. Shunpo. Who is that in the midst? It's my Kage Bushin. Kage Bushin. Hirako asked and looked at the person who he thought had been Naruto. Kai. Naruto said, and it dispelled into Momiji leaves. Third art. Foxes are famous tricksters and so am I. The third art creates a substitute for me out of Momiji leaves and allowing it to get hit. If someone would have used a melee attack, Leafs would have attacked him instead. Pretty nice trick. Hirako praised him. I have to admit. But now it's over. He said. I have you as my captive. Surrender. I think not. Hirako smirked, somehow impelled Naruto with his Zanpakuto. You were too lax too easily. Naruto jumped back. That hurt. He took a breath. Hirako in turn placed his Zanpakuto to his neck. You were good, but in the end, you didn't pass. And because of that I have to kill you. Sorry. Then Naruto started suddenly coughing blood. What's wrong? Hirako asked. Don't tell me I accidentally hit something important. I think I shouldn't have. Then he felt it. It was faint but it was there. And it was growing stronger. The empty and horrible Reiatsu. I used too much Reiatsu. Naruto explained and he dropped his Zanpakuto and it sealed itself. I guess this as far as I go. Hirako suddenly removed the blade from his neck. They both stood there for a moment. You're not going to kill me. Hirako smirked. You're really interesting person, Naruto. You too, Hirako. Naruto smirked faintly, blood leaking from his mouth. You too. But I'm not being just polite. You're obviously not just a Shinigami. But you're not yet far as we are. You seem to found some gray area. You have to finish your evolving if you want to join us. When I ever said, never mind that, Hirako waved his hand, but the point is that I am going to let you go now. Really? Why? I thought, for several reasons, but one being that you might not be our kin just yet. But every day you live, you become more and more like us. So it's like an investment for the future. He turned around. We will see again someday. I'm sure of it. Wait, I don't understand. If you have questions, I think there's only one person who can really help you. Hirako looked over his shoulder. Your father. My father. But he is, in the real world, hiding currently. Hirako explained. If you ever get assigned to there, you might give it a chance and look for him. You will find him, in Karakura Town. Karakura Town. Well, that's all I will tell you. And better keep everything here to yourself or you might lose your only chance to meet him. Understand? Naruto thought it for a moment. Wait a minute, so you really never had anything to do with those hollows? No, as I said in the beginning, I used them as a distraction. As someone else might have also. Hirako explained. Who? Naruto. Naruto heard Rangaku's voice. Cavalry arrives fashionably late. Hirako muttered and stabbed the air. Open. The Senkai gate opened, creating a way to the real world. See you again, Naruto. Wait. Hitsugaya yelled and charged with his Zanpakuto ready, but it was too late. Hirako had already vanished. Who was that? Senju. Are you? He turned around to see the state he was in. Na-chan. You're alright. Rangaku jumped behind him. I'm so glad. Nanao sighed in relief as well but tried to keep it in secret best as possible. Who was that? Fuku Taiko. Izuru asked, looking around. Some battle was going on. Get the medics. Hitsugaya yelled, shocking everyone. Hurry. What does he mean, Na-chan? Naruto slowly turned around, revealing the state he was in. Sorry guys, I think I feel like sleeping right about now. He was covered in bruises, his face was red out of his own blood and wounds, his stomach was bleeding and he had at least half of his bones crushed. He landed onto the ground unconscious. Naruto, Rangaku, Nanao, Hinata and Shizune rushed to him, leaving shocked Izuru, Shikamaru and other third squad members behind. What the hell happened here? Izuru muttered. I don't know, Shikamaru whispered. He looked around. It was a greater mess than the battle scene where he and others had fought. But I know it wasn't anything pretty. In the real world, Hirako stepped into a small candy store at the back alley. No one could believe that it actually sold anything. It was in such a poorly placed. Kazuki, are you here? I'm back. I need to talk to you. Ah, Hirako-san, you came back. A man in a green cape and a hat holding a cane and a fan walked to him. By his side walked a black cat. So how was your trip? Feeling nostalgic? Yeah right, Hirako muttered. Anyway, I'm here just to thank you for your help again and taking my leave. See ya. Wait a minute, Hirako-san. I want to talk with you for a moment. The black cat jumped to his side. I'll be back soon, Kazuki. Of course, take your time. Urahara waved his fan happily and walked back into the back room. Hey, Tessai-san, the shop needs to be cleaned. We're opening soon. Hi, owner, was yelled from the back of the shop. So, what you want to talk to me about? Hirako asked from Yoruichi, who was sitting like a normal cat in front of him. Did you really find him? Yes, Hirako nodded. Senju Naruto. And, no mistaking about it. Hirako was silent for a moment. Why won't we tell this to Kazuki? It kind of affects him too, doesn't it? Yoruichi puffed. Yeah it does, but this idiot only made things worse at the first time those two met. And besides, she sighed. Kazuki is in BIIIIG denial when comes to his past relationships. Trust me, I tried talking to him about it in the past. What he said, I guess his exact words were, I had no idea she had given birth to a baby when I went looking for her. I wonder who the father is. What a bean brain, Hiroko muttered, but I have to admit I had no idea those two would hit it on like that. Or that she was pregnant. Not until I grabbed her and took her to the 4th Squad barracks yelling, she is pregnant, you idiots. What else you think it is? Something like that, Hiroko shrugged. Anyway, so he doesn't know. No, Yoruichi shook her head, and what you think she knows? Tsunade-san thinks he is dead, which is good for everyone for now. One thing I'm still confused. How that boy ended up like that, halfway or whatever. Yoruichi seemed gloom. That is something I don't know either. Only Kazuki knows and he ain't telling. Well, too bad. When he comes to look for you, tell him where to find us. We will be waiting for him. I understand. Yoruichi nodded before running back inside, where Tessai was trying to offer a massage to the owner who had accidentally complained about stiff shoulders. It hurts. Wash, the first intellect thought Naruto had in his head. Am I dead? Everything was dark. Not yet. A gloom voice answered next to him. Ka-san. Naruto knew the voice even without opening his eyes. I'm home, aren't I? I brought you here immediately when I saw you. She answered. The whole mansion is empty right now, expect the two of us. Why? I can't tell you that. Tsunade muttered. Ka-san. Not yet. She had a very high voice. She must have been crying. Please, not just yet. Why? I don't know. What you mean? If you don't know any reasons not to, then tell me. I mean, I don't know how to tell you. Tsunade muttered. Naruto tried to open his eyes, but it was still black. You have a bandage around your eyes for the moment, so don't panic. Those wounds might leave a scar. She whispered. Take that, Hitsugaya. Naruto tried to lighten the mood. All I know is that something happened before you were born. She relived her memories in her head. Kazuki, are you here? Tsunade walked through corridors of the 12th Division. Her stomach was huge. When she reached the captain's chamber, she carelessly opened the door. I need your help with something. A sudden gust of weird reiatsu went through her. Sorry about that. Kazuki walked outside with his goofy smile. I was doing some experiments just now. What was that? Tsunade asked, her hand over her stomach. Was it dangerous? No, not at all. Kazuki shook his head. Unless you're an infant. Glad you aren't pregnant, huh? Mayuri, who was doing some experiments in the next room, only saw how his captain flew through wall across his room and through another wall. What a troublesome people they are. He muttered, uninterested, and continued his experiment. Your father, he would know, but he is dead now, so no point dwelling in the past, right? Naruto thought about it. His mother didn't lie, not from something as serious as this. She must really think he had died. Fine, could tell me at least one thing. I think you're ought to know. Tsunade whispered. His name. Naruto sat on the veranda of his mansion, dressed in ordinary kimono while bandages covered his eyes. His body had healed mostly, but his mother wanted him to rest his eyes at least another week. He was using a fan to cool himself under the hot sun. It sure is boring out here. He muttered to himself. I wonder if I could try to sneak off somewhere. I wouldn't do that, Naruto-sama. One of the servants had just walked to the veranda carrying a tray which had a cool juice on it. Your honorable mother told us to be very strict with you if we had to, but you will stay inside. Ah, that's no fun. He complained childishly and leaned back. It's so boring. It can't be helped. The servant said. Would you like some cold juice? Thanks. Leave it right there. Naruto muttered as the servant did as ordered and walked away. I hate this. He touched his bandages gently and remembered how he had been cut through his face twice. Damn that guy. I will kill him when I see him next time. It's all your own fault. A soft girl's voice whispered to his ear. Why did you have to linger on releasing me? Kitsune. He whispered as he felt something sitting to his lap. His hands started patting the soft fur of a fox. What brings you here? What you mean? Of course I'm here to talk to you. We haven't talked in ages. She smirked and leaned closer. Suddenly Naruto found himself sitting against a tree in an autumnish forest, a small fox in his lap. My love, hold me tightly and never let go. Naruto sighed but did as told. You really are one spoiled child. It's your own fault for being so kind. She whispered back. Tell me one thing, who was that girl you were with that night? She was very close to you, don't you think? She's nothing but trouble, that slut. Seducing you like that, if you ever. Kitsunoid Momiji, don't say what I think you're about to say. Naruto stopped her suddenly. I like Nanao-chan, very much actually, and I want to be with her. So it can't be helped. But, no buts. The fox started pouting while tried to calm her down by patting her on her head. You're so cute when you pout like that. But it doesn't change anything, right? She asked suddenly very desperately. You will still be here, right? And I'm still your real love, right? I would never leave you behind, Kitsunoid Momiji. He kissed her forehead. And of course we will always be together. That's because you're my love. Well, I guess I can let you have her, for now. She added under her breath. But you must repay me my kindness. What were you thinking? She launched herself into his lap. I want you to massage my body with your magic fingers. Sure. Naruto smiled and muttered. The truth was, Naruto had known the fox for years now. Ever since he was a child he had found himself seeing dreams of this forest where he would play with the fox who seemed to like him. Outside world nobody would play with him because he was too sick, so he loved playing with the fox. But always when he had asked for her name, she would only answer giddily, silly love, I already to that. It's not until his battle against the Hollow had he been able to hear her name. Only by then he had realized that she was his Zanpakuto. Naruto gave the massage for a while when he suddenly felt something in the real world. He is coming. The kitsune jumped up and showed her teeth. It's that thunder chicken that keeps insulting me. We should go and show out true skills to him right now. Sorry, my vixen, but no. I invited him. He stood up. I have to go now. Talk you later. Naruto walked out of the forest and out of his mind. He is such a jerk. She puffed and turned around to the darkest part of the forest. Thinking that he can abandon me like this. It's because of that girl, isn't it? I'll show him. She walked into that darkest part of her forest not really knowing what was going on there. But she knew that might help her in her cause. Naruto and I are bound by soul. There isn't anything deeper than that. She remained in the darkness waiting for something to happen. Just wait, my love. I will bring you back to the right path. Just you wait. Meanwhile Naruto opened his eyes to find himself not being able to see anything. Oh yeah, I have bandages. He muttered and stood up. Naruto-sama, the servant asked quickly. Where are you going? To the garden. Having a little stroll. Naruto answered while placing his Zanpakuto to his waist. Don't go too far. Remember. Yeah. Naruto sighed. Senju clan's garden was large. That was an understatement. It could easily be called a forest rather than a garden. It had small hills, lakes, rivers, fields of flowers. Small huts where one could sleep. He entered the one particular part of the forest that reminded him a lot of the place he had just been. He noticed a small flower bed and knelt before it. Bunch of marigolds were growing it. So beautiful flowers, a forest full of desperation. Enough with the poetics. He heard the voice. What you want? Naruto smirked. Don't be such a stuck-up all the time, Tem. Try to enjoy this life somewhat before it's too late. Sasuke was sitting in a tree branch hidden from eyes. I expected you to say something like that. Your nurses are all nearby. Naruto was fully aware of this. His mother must have told them never leave him out of sight. And they did horrible job hiding themselves. I want you to do me a favor. He muttered, acting like he was gardening the small flower bed. What? I want you to go into the central archives when no one else is around and stay there until I'm ready. Naruto answered. Why? That's a secret. He smirked. Sasuke thought it for a moment. Why you want me to do this favor? You're a vice captain. It doesn't require that much to gain an access there. But not without leaving a mark. Naruto explained. I want this to be done off the books. And isn't the central archives on your responsibility? Sixth seat. When? Tonight. Naruto snapped one of the marigolds of the ground. When you see this flower, go in. And when you have another, it tells you that I'm done. Sasuke puffed. Fine. What else? Should I clean your sandals? If you want to. Naruto stood up before hitting his head in the branch. Ow, I didn't remember that it was there. Dope, Sasuke muttered pleased. He had been really surprised how Naruto had been able to navigate through the garden into this place without tripping even once, his eyes blinded. What about my half? My contact saw him in the real world. Naruto answered, with some interesting characters. He looked up, but he disappeared before my contact could follow him. Where? Somewhere in the Central Africa. Sasuke stood up. You better be telling the truth. Or otherwise I will. He pulled his Zanpakuto's handle slightly. Kill you. Naruto smiled. It might not be easy as you think, Tem. After all, we're friends. In your dreams. Sasuke used Shunpo and walked away. Naruto sighed. That guy really is such a pain in the ass. I wonder if his stomach works all right. Haku. Naruto-sama, weak voice whispered from the same tree. I want you to go into that library in my stead. Naruto answered and held out 2 flowers. You heard right. Of course. Haku had been alone in the streets when Naruto had picked him up while playing outside. I'm your tool to be used. What you want me to find out? Naruto pulled his fan and waved it gently. 3 things. I want you to find every strong Shinigami called Hirako. As a hunch, try the 5th squad's records first. Then find out everyone he could be associated with. 3rd, everything you can find from Shinigamis with hollow mask or hollows with Zanpakutos. Naruto-sama, I don't know myself. Naruto shook his head. I just have a bad feeling about this. Every little bit of research material you can find. Can you do that? Of course. It was my fault for not being there to save you when you needed me. Naruto sighed. He could correct him but it was no use. He would only start arguing and it would end Naruto giving up and admitting that he was right. Anyway, don't get caught. And one more thing. Yes, do something about your look. It's too confusing. What you mean? Long hair and small faces I can cope. But could you please take those ridiculous fake out? No offense but I just don't think I can cope with that. Anything else I would start consider dating you. Naruto-sama. Joking. Naruto smirked and turned towards the house. Anyway, good luck. Haku had disappeared. Naruto walked back to the house while thinking about how things had gone so far. Jiraiya had questioned him about what had happened and so far an only answer he got was, I don't know. Naruto had kept his word and kept everything to himself, only giving a general idea what had happened. As Naruto reached the veranda he had left, he heard some weird noises outside. What's all that noise? I'm sorry, Naruto-sama. I will see to it. One of the servants rushed to the gate. Naruto sighed and followed him. As he got closer he recognized few voices. What you mean you can't let us in? Do you know who I am? He recognized Rangaku's angry voice. Of course we do, Rangaku-sama, but Tsunade-sama gave a very specific orders not to let anyone inside, not even you. A guard tried to talk her down. Damn you, I want to see my vice captain and there's nothing you can do about it. Hiba demanded angrily. Calm down, everyone, let's not make things any worse. Izuru tried to calm them down. Right, Hinata-san. Naruto didn't know how Hinata replied but he could imagine it from screams. 4th seat. What are you doing? Let him go. Let him go this instant. So troublesome, Shikamaru complained. Okay, I had enough. Hiba yelled and Naruto could hear a blade being drawn. Move aside or I'll move you. What the hell is this ruckus? Naruto asked as he stepped behind the corner. It's bothering my afternoon nap. Naruto. His friends yelled together before his servants moved between them. We're sorry, Naruto-sama. We will remove them at once. No need. I will see them. Come on. He turned around and walked back to the backyard. But Naruto-sama, your honorable mother, is not here and won't know if you won't tell her, right? But, or I can start by telling her all the things you have done in the garden with a certain person. Guard paled slightly before commanding all his men to back down and allowing the another group to walk through the gate. You too, Nanao-chan. Naruto smiled. Everyone was shocked when certain girl with glasses appeared around the corner. I thought you couldn't see anything, Naruto-san. She muttered. Do I look like I can? Naruto laughed and continued his walk. I just took a guess. Naru-chan. Rangaku launched herself into him to a crushing hug. You're alive. I was so worried about you. Then to everyone's surprise she bat her into his head. That was for doing something so reckless. Naruto only smiled and sat on his place. Well, what do I deserve this honor? Are you kidding? Kiba snorted. You're getting your ass kicked. I wanted to see it myself. Kiba-kun, that wasn't nice. Hinata scolded him. I'm sure Naruto-kun did his best. Yet ended up losing his eyes. That's pretty lousy best if you ask me. Is that true? Rangaku asked. Are you blind? Unfortunately, yes. Everyone was shocked. Really? Well doh. I have a bandage wrapped around my eyes. But soon as I take it off, I can see again. No fun. Everyone scolded him. I see that you haven't loosed your sense of humor yet. Shikamaru muttered and sat down. They talked with each other for a while when Kiba said something perverted to Rangaku, who was fended by and she chased after him. Shikamaru and Hinata started talking about something among themselves, leaving Izuru with Naruto. Nanao was lurking on the back, trying to act inconspicuous as possible. What's the matter, Izuru? You're awfully quiet. Did something happen? Ichimaru Taiko gave me an offer to be his vice captain. He answered. I don't know what to do. I think you should take it. Naruto said, surprising him. What, Izuru? You're a perfect subordinate, keeping the squad in whole, all things considered. He added when Rangaku was bending Kiba's back painfully. But you can be so much more if you just give it a shot. You're serious? Naruto smiled. Whatever you decide, we will always be friends, so no worries there. Izuru smiled before standing up. Thank you, Fuku Taiko. He bowed. I must be off now. There are a lot of things to be done in our squad. I must go too. Rangaku hugged Naruto. But we will see again soon. So the group left. Alone at last, right? Naruto smirked to Nanao, who hadn't moved from her place. Are you all right? Of course. I was just worried about you. She answered little uncomfortably. Was he really so strong? Yes. Naruto nodded. And he didn't even go all out. Are you serious? Naruto remembered how Hirako had used his mask. Definitely. So what now? Well, I will keep training. Be the vice captain of the third squad. Your boyfriend. Try to get. What? Nanao stepped back. What did you say? Naruto leaned closer and suddenly gave her a kiss. You know what I mean. Nanao gulped. Oh, of course. She suddenly stood up. I have to go now. We will see ourselves in vice captain's meeting. Sure. Naruto smiled. Bye, now Chan. After Nanao had gone, Naruto thought about it. I must get an assignment into the real world soon as possible. He said to the empty garden. 5 years later, 6 months before the beginning of the series. Naruto was panting in the rain. Damn those hollows. Always on my back, he muttered as he slashed another small Jillian down. Then he stumbled to the ground. Damn, he muttered as blood started leaking to the asphalt he was lying on. If I had known this was my fate, I would have never left Soul Society. Then he laughed sadly. Seems that I will follow sooner than I thought, Kyan Aniki. He added with another cough. Sadly, there's no pretty girl killing me. Just a measly hollow. Sorry, now Chan. I tried to keep my promise. Era, what's going on here? He noticed a pair of sandals standing before him. Shinigami-kun seems to be in trouble. Need a hand. Who are you? Me. Urahara Kazuki smirked mysteriously as he held out a hand. I'm but a humble candy shopkeeper. You're kidding me, right? No, I'm but most serious. Now then, shall we go somewhere drier? Naruto and Kazuki looked into each other's eyes, seeing something familiar in there. Something that they had never even noticed missing until now. Have we met before? They asked at the same time. Chapter end. Shinigami Golden Cup. Naruto was walking through Seraiti when he heard someone yelling at him. Wait. What is it? Naruto asked and turned around. Iba. The vice captain of the 7th squad smirked. Is it true that you're dating Ai's Nanao-san? Yes. Naruto nodded carefully. Yosha. We finally have an edge over them. Tetsuziman yelled. Naruto-san, you must join the Shinigami's Men Association. Now we can finally bet them. I refuse. Naruto said before he could end. What? How you can say that? Now Chan told me that I wasn't allowed to join any weird clubs like that. Naruto shrugged and continued his walk. Tetsuziman was defeated. Shinigami Golden Cup. That's it, baby. Give me something to look at. Jiraiya was peeping in the health land. That's so hot. Taiko. Naruto sighed defeated. Could you give me a break? What are you talking about? I'm doing something important right now. Go away. Naruto shook his head and soaked himself into the bath. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. Wah, a pathetic cry screamed through the air. What's going on? Shikamaru asked. I forgot to mention that my mom was taking a bath too. Shikamaru's sweat dropped as he saw a shooting star. Shinigami Golden Cup. Naruto walked through forest as he saw a person standing there. Kyan Aniki. What are you doing here? Naruto. Man with a messy hair smirked to him and nodded. I'm here to train this girl here. Naruto smirked to her and held out his hand. I'm Naruto. Nice to meet you. Hi. The girl whispered little uncomfortably. Kuchiki. Rukia. Oh, another squad's vice captain is greeting you. Remember your manners. Kyan grabbed her head. Nice to meet you. My name is Kuchiki Rukia of the 13th squad. She bowed quickly, earning a pat from her vice captain. Ah, I don't want to be so formal. Naruto complained. Naruto, Kyan said warningly and grabbed his head. Are you arguing against your beloved Aniki? Fine. Gote 13, 3rd squad vice captain. Senju Naruto. He bowed. Happy now. For now, Kyan muttered. We're going. Rukia bowed politely and moved with her vice captain. Sure. Naruto sighed and continued his own walk. Why was I here again? A large hollow appeared right next to them, surprising everyone. Oh yeah, I was hunting that thing. Naruto, you idiot. Kyan screamed. He had fought the hollow while Naruto run away. Not from hollow but furious Aniki. Get your ass back here right now. Shinigami Golden Cup. And we should file these things there. Nanao corrected her glasses and pointed towards some shelf. Now Chan. Naruto jumped from behind, shocking her and everyone else completely. Naruto-san. What are you doing there? We're going to a date. Now. Naruto smiled. What you want to do? Naruto limped out of the library 5 hours later. Those are some words I should never ever say again. He muttered. He had to help Nanao to arrange the whole library from beginning. And she made him to do all the heavy work. I will never agai. Naruto-kun. He turned around on his feet. Thank you for your help. Nanao whispered and suddenly gave him a peek to the cheek before running away, blushing madly. Naruto held his cheek where he had been kissed. But it has its good parts. He walked away whistling happily. Happy. Naruto's head felt dizzy. It hurt everywhere and he didn't know where the hell he was. Memories flashed through his mind. Isn't this beautiful? He whispered into Nanao's ear. They were sitting on the roof of 3rd Squad Barrack, under the stars. It is. Nanao whispered, leaning into his shoulder. Naruto wrapped his arm around her more tighter. Just you and me, for once. And with that, she had killed the mood. And what was that supposed to mean? He asked with a resented voice while taking his arm away. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nanao looked away angrily. Idiot. Excuse me. Naruto jumped up. Who are you calling idiot? You. You, the idiot who won't even realize when someone is flirting with you. What are you talking about? He asked, confused. You're the one who doesn't know how to flirt. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about your best friend, Nanao yelled. Not this again. He yelled, frustrated. What's your problem with Ran-chan, seriously? You just don't get it, Nanao yelled. When it's so damn obvious what I mean. The way she throws herself at you. The way she talks to you. The way she looks at you. Everything's so damn obvious, but you just don't get it. What are you talking about? You want me to stop training with her, spending time with her? No, those things are not a problem. The problem is that every time you take me out, no matter where, she somehow manages to find us and you will ignore me for the rest of the evening. You're exaggerating. Naruto waved his hand. When has that ever happened? Last month when you took me to that festival, it was a coincidence. And before that, when you took me to that restaurant. She had ordered takeaway. When we're in your garden on a picnic. She had something to tell me. Nanao stood there silently, and you always defend her. She's my best friend. Naruto answered. She has always been there for me. And if we're here to throw rocks at people, you're not completely blameless either. What did you say? Your third seat. That guy from your squad, I know you spend all your time with him in your library. Because I'm working, you moron. And when I want to surprise you, you say something like that. So it's my fault? Nanao asked. They're at it again. Kiba muttered to Shikamaru while doing their rounds. The new third seat of the third squad after Izuru had moved out. Another lovers' quarrel. Tell me when you see the lovers. Shikamaru muttered. This is such a pain. He brushed his hair impatiently. I can't even go to sleep because they're arguing right over my room. I've been wondering, why are those two together in the first place? What you mean? Well, at first they were like newlyweds, much as they were able, but now years later, they don't seem to be doing anything except fighting. What do you know about relationships? Shikamaru asked. More than you, at least. Kiba barked at him. Hi guys. Matsumoto jumped right in front of them with a happy smile. How are you doing? Troublesome woman. Shikamaru muttered and continued his walk, trying his best to ignore her. It's because of you that I can't sleep in the first place. What's his problem? Matsumoto asked. Nothing. Kiba smirked nervously. What brings you here, Matsumoto Fukutaichu? Ooh, nothing. She smiled. Just heard Na-chan's voice and then decided to drop by. I see he's over there. She turned her body towards the arguing couple. Trouble in the paradise? Years for now. He answered. I wouldn't go there if I were you. He might be an idiot, but even he will see the most obvious hints if they're rubbed in his face long enough. Thanks for the warning. Matsumoto smirked, but I think I will be all right. Just then, Nanao seemed to be storming away with very angry look on her face. I don't understand women. Naruto was having a drink with his beloved Aniki, Shiba Kaien. What's so wrong with me spending time with Ran-chan? Seriously? Naruto, I'm a married man and even I don't understand women completely. He took a sip of sake. But I guess I could summarize it all saying that no dog likes when another comes pissing on their turf. Wah. Neither of them has dogs. Only Kiba has and Akamaru is a male. Naruto explained. Kaien smiled suddenly. This is why I can't live without worrying about you. Naruto titled his head confused. Tasukete kudasai. Kitsune oit Momiji. He released his Zanpakuto. He was fighting in a forest against a huge hollow. The hollow brought its huge arm towards Naruto. He swung his blade and flocks of Momiji leaves followed, and hit the body of the hollow like shuriken. Hado number 4. Byakurai. He raised his finger and large pale lighting impelled the hollow, taking it out completely. That makes 7. He smirked proudly when suddenly it came. He started coughing blood furiously without a break. Now this. He panted when the seizure finally ended. Is really annoying. He crashed on the land. It's getting worse. Jiraiya muttered as he leaned to the doorframe in Naruto's room. Your condition, that is. I will be okay. Naruto muttered and wiped the sweat of his forehead. You haven't told the squad? Jiraiya shook his head. They don't know, but they do suspect. It's only a matter of time. Jiraiya left Naruto behind. Is everything all right? Tsunade asked from her son who was visiting her home. She was home a lot more now when she had given her captaincy to her little sister, Retsu, after losing a bet. No, Naruto answered and sighed. I'm fighting with Na-chan. My condition is getting worse and don't know what to do. Tsunade didn't know how to answer to that. You will find a way. She smiled. But before you do, would mind lending your dear mother some money? Naruto narrowed his eyes. You really should stop gambling. I love her. Naruto screamed, a sake bottle in his hands, and took a gulp. I love her. She's the love of my life. We get it. We get it, Iba. Hisagi and Izuru nodded understanding, also drunk. Vice captains of different squads had decided to take a small drink together for the first time in ages. Of course, the word small is a relative concept. She's so beautiful. Yeah, now. He muffled drunken. When she smiles, I feel like all the ramens in the world are fused together just for me. Iba sniffed. That's so deep, man. He smacked his shoulder. So deep. What? Are you picking a fight? Naruto jumped up. What? It seems that I am. Iba stumbled up, already forgotten why he had smacked his friend in the first place. Na-chan is my girlfriend. You better remember that. He swung his arm and accidentally hit Izuru's face, who fell down on his chair, pulling Hisagi with him. Of course, they weren't violent people. But people behind them were, and when they knocked down a waitress who was carrying a drink, it spilled it all over them, and furiously they tried to beat them down even more. And so, the whole bar was full of drunkards brawling. This is everything I found, Naruto-sama. Haku presented his findings from the library. It took me some time, but I finally got a hit. Naruto flipped through the pages. Wizards, He smirked slightly. He was a bit eager for a rematch with that guy, Hiriko. His scars on his face itched always when he just thought how badly he got owned. You're being assigned to the real world? Nanao asked, shocked when Naruto came to tell the news. When? Immediately. Jiraiya Taiko has asked me to do this mission for him, and it might take a while. I just wanted to come and say goodbye. Nanao huffed and turned around. Fine. Go. I don't miss you. Naruto grinned angrily. Fine then, I won't miss you either. Naruto stormed out of the library. But at the door, he turned around. You know what? I promise that when I get back, I'm going to make you apologize for this. What? Nanao asked. Me? Apologizing? You? In your dreams, idiot. You'll see. His voice echoed when he finally left the building. Everyone else, Izuru, Kiba, Shikamaru, Hisagi, Iba, and everyone else who had come to see him offside together. Those two just couldn't get along, could they? It hurts, was his first thought. Naruto cracked his eyes open. The last thing he remembered was that he was being attacked by hollows when the seizure had come. Then he had crashed, and, yep. That was it. He had no memories of what had happened after that. So why there was a huge guy lying on top of him? Good morning, Shinigami Dono. Tessai greeted when Naruto opened his eyes. Good morning. Naruto gulped. I only have one question. Yes. Was I a complete gentleman? Tessai's glasses glittered. Yes, you were. Thank you for that. Then he stood up. Owner, the guest has awakened. The door was sliced open and Urahara Kazuki entered the room. Good morning, Shinigami-san. Who are you? Naruto asked. Do I know you? Kazuki covered the lower half of his face with his fan. Of course not, he waved it. I'm just a humble candy shopkeeper, nothing more. Okay. Naruto looked around the room. Where am I? In the back room of my shop. Kazuki stood there. This is my assistant, Tessai-san. We run this shop together. We have still two more little helpers, but they're not home right now. Who are you? Naruto asked. When asking one's name, you should introduce yourself first, Tessai said firmly. Naruto glared back. Wasn't talking to you. What was? Tessai stepped forward when Kazuki stopped him. Owner. Could you service some tea, Tessai-san? Of course. He left the room. You don't seem polite for nobility, Kazuki pointed out. What makes you think I'm nobility? That tattoo on your forehead, you're Senju. Fine, you caught me, owner. Now, if you don't mind, he stood up. I have to leave and contact my squad. Then he felt sudden fatigue. You better not. Urahara pointed out. You've got some serious wounds on you. It would be best to wait until they heal, don't you think? Naruto couldn't help but fall down and nod. Fine. Then he noticed. Where is my necklace? Kazuki shrugged. I don't know. You didn't have something like that on you when we met. Oh my god. I lost my mom's necklace. Naruto yelled, shocked. She is gonna kill me when she finds out. Speaking of your mother, Kazuki asked. What's her name? Why you ask? Naruto narrowed his eyes. I'm not setting up any blind dates. Of course not. Kazuki waved his fan. But she wouldn't be. Tsunade, captain of the 4th squad. You know her? Old acquaintance. Way back. Didn't know she got married. She didn't? Naruto answered, shocking Urahara. You don't seem to be very well updated on the latest gossips of high people of Seirei. He snorted. My mom got pregnant with a fellow captain over 100 years ago. Kazuki was taken back, shocked. Impossible. There was a moment of silence. She was actually seeing other people at the same time. Naruto titled his head. Kazuki. A black cat entered the room. Stop living in denial. Kazuki? Naruto asked. Urahara, Kazuki. See, even he can connect the two. Yoruichi huffed and exited the room. What's with that cat? Naruto asked before turning towards Kazuki. Are you really Urahara Kazuki? Former captain of the 12th Squad and founder and first head of Technological Development Bureau. Yes, so you've heard of me. Kazuki looked into his eyes. But, my mom said you're dead. Naruto jumped up. How can you be alive if you're supposed to be dead? Your mother believes that he is dead. The same black cat answered from the doorway again. It's not her fault. So I'm Urahara Kazuki. So what? But, it's supposed to my dad's name. There was a moment of silence. Kazuki seemed to have frozen still. Owner. I'm back with the tea. Tessai placed the tray between Naruto and Kazuki, who was still in the same position, holding his fan over his lower face and face looking into nothingness, still in shock. Yoruichi dono? I'm fine. Yoruichi waved her pawn. And Tessai, here's someone I want to introduce to you. She pointed her tail towards Naruto. This is Senju Urahara Naruto. This is Tsukabishi Tessai, former captain of Kido forces. Naruto is Urahara's son. Tessai is somewhat like my little brother like Kazuki. She turned her tail between the two. Is this true, owner? Tessai asked, surprised from Kazuki, who was even still in shock. He is in shock. Yoruichi answered, and it is. Look at the two. Tessai looked back and forward between Naruto and Kazuki. There was a great resemblance indeed. Same eyes, hair was similar, even though Naruto's was more spikier. Their body build and facial structure were also similar, but not too obviously. Or they were so obvious that he had easily overlooked them when he had first met him. But now that he knew what to look for, it was obvious. So, what now? Let's leave father and son alone for the moment. Yoruichi stood up. There's no telling when he will finally snap out of it. 2 days later, Naruto was fully healed and walked to the living room, dressed like a normal teenager. Why'd I have to use this Gigai? He stretched his arms around. It makes me feel completely powerless. That is its purpose. Yoruichi answered. It seemed that Kazuki hadn't moved even 1 inch from his spot. Shock must have been great. I already told you that we're runaways. We can't have your Ryotsu alerting others. That's one other thing. Why am I not allowed to contact my squad? I'm supposed to meet up with my contact in 2 days to report about my mission. My people will be sick of worry if I don't appear then. And especially my mom. You don't know how protective she has been over me. I actually do. We were friends back then. Yoruichi answered and smirked. Back then she was very protective of her sister, Retsu. Even when Tsunade was a captain and Retsu her third seat, Tsunade wouldn't let her out of the barracks without an escort. Yep, that sounds my mom. Now you know why it's so important that I contact my squad. He moved towards the door. We can't let you do that, Tessai said and slammed his palms together quickly and formed a barrier. Naruto crashed onto it and fell down. Naruto dono, please stay calm. Naruto stood up struggling and glared at Tessai. Let me go, or I will force my way out. That won't do. Kazuki interrupted them suddenly and entered the room. His hat covered his eyes. I can't let you go now, he muttered darkly. Naruto raised his hands to a fighting stance. He was good at kendo, master at iaido, but he wasn't any weakling while fighting barehanded. Not before what? Not before we had caught up all the lost time, son. Kazuki proclaimed cheerfully and raised a pair of baseball gloves and a ball, and before he noticed, Naruto was standing outside, in front of the house throwing ball with his dad. Everyone else sweat dropped. This wasn't exactly on my mind, Yoruichi whispered as they kept throwing ball back and forward. Here I come, son. Kazuki threw the ball to Naruto, who caught it and threw it back with a smile. Hey, what the hell? Naruto stopped suddenly. I'm not 5 anymore, he yelled, throwing the glow to the ground. Why would I want to keep doing this? Kazuki shrugged. Okay, to the next event, he yelled and rushed back in and out in a flash. Father-son fishing trip. He held out a pair of fishing lines. Let's go, son. He dragged him away, leaving Tessai to look after the shop for a full 2 days. This kept going for next weeks. Kazuki rushed through all activities normal fathers did with their son. Taught him how to ride a bicycle, went camping with him, talked about birds and bees. And everything was more and more embarrassing to Naruto. After 1 day of picnic in the wilderness, Naruto entered his own bedroom tired as ever. That man is crazy. He crashed on his bed when he noticed that he wasn't alone. Tessai? What is it? He didn't bother turn around to face him. Tessai? Who's that? Very deep voice that tried to imitate girlish voice answered. Naruto-kun, you're so mean. He turned around. He screamed so the whole neighborhood echoed. In front of him, Tessai was sitting there, seductively. That alone wasn't that bad. But he was wearing a large blonde wig and lipstick and some other makeup which made him look like a failure transvestite. What is going on? He retreated back to the wall panicking. What you mean, Naru-chan? Tessai winked. I knew it, you swing that way. Naruto screamed shocked. Son, wasn't this a nice day? Kazuki opened the door and acted surprised. Ooh, what's this? I didn't know you had a friend here. Sorry for disturbance. No, you're not disturbing. Tessai bowed to him. Oto-sama. What a kind girl. Kazuki complimented him. I knew it. You two have been living alone for too long. Naruto screamed as they kept going on with their sick play. But isn't it normal to a father to interrupt with his son's time with his girlfriend? Kazuki asked. How is this normal? Naruto screamed and pointed at Tessai, who started acting like he was crying. Oh, stop it. And I already have a girlfriend besides. I think at least I do, but anyway. He kicked them both out. And don't do anything like that again. He slammed the door closed. Thanks for your efforts, Tessai-san. Kazuki smiled as he took of his wig. Don't mention it, owner. He nodded firmly. I want to do my best helping you to create a relationship with your son, so this is nothing. Kazuki. They both looked at Yoruichi, who walked down the hall. I've been watching from the side until now how you're doing this thing, but I had enough, she said firmly and sat in front of them. What you're talking about? You know perfectly. Yoruichi answered. His condition, when you will start doing something about it. Kazuki stood there silently. I've been watching him for a while now. I know what's wrong. And I know how to fix it. He walked away. Let's continue this tomorrow with him. The following morning, Naruto was introduced to the training room under the shop. He whistled amazed. This is really something. Never seen a place like this before. Glad you like it. Urahara said and cleared his throat. But there are also other reasons than just showing this room. I'm here to talk about you. Me? You must have realized something about yourself. He started. That your Ryotsu is different from a normal Shinigami's. You have those seizures when you're straining yourself. You don't even have a complete control over your Zanpakuto. You must know these things. Naruto couldn't help but nod. It was true. Kitsunoite Momiji had been acting up lately. She wouldn't activate sometimes or would show all its strength with just one go. You know what's wrong with me? Yes. Well, because it's kind of my fault. Kazuki looked a little uncomfortable and told what had happened all those years ago. You can guess that Naruto wasn't happy at all. I was doing an experiment with my invention called Hogyoku. And quickly explained the item and its uses. While that strange Ryotsu was being released, it wasn't yet complete and you were just a baby in your mother's womb. So when you were born, at some part, your growing up process had stopped almost completely. Like a normal child that is born with a brain deficit. You're calling me a retard now. Quite the opposite. But your poor skills with Kido and lack of control over your Zanpakuto can be explained like this. Because when a Shinigami or a Hollow is born, they have this something called signature in their Ryotsu. You on the other don't have this. Or you do, but it's not full yet. Naruto blinked. So, can you cure me? No, Kazuki shook his head and turned away. This isn't something you just cure, this is something very rare. As you know, in the world, there are Shinigamis and Hollows. But there are those Shinigamis who have stepped into the world of the Hollows called Vizards. You've met them already. Or at least one of them. That Hiriko guy. Yes. He is a Vizard. You on the other hand are something like a quarter of a Shinigami and quarter of a Hollow. Like a pseudo-Vizard. You have so much unused potential in you. And until potential is harvested, you will keep having these seizures. Naruto blinked. Can you simplify it at all? Kazuki sighed. Think about a castle that is being built. But before you can start building a castle, you need to build walls to protect all the builders. I accidentally broke that wall and allowed the outside world into the castle. All the culture and life that was unknown before prevented the builders from completing the castle. So this unfinished castle is a very poor place to live. So, what are we doing then? Are you just telling me that there's no hope? No, there is hope. But normal hope is like a light in the end of the tunnel. This hope on the other hand is, he pulled the handle of his cane and activated his Zanpakuto. Is darker than darkness itself. He slashed through unexpecting Naruto with all his might. What the hell you think you're doing? He asked and touched his wound when he noticed that there was no wound. The Gigai was on the other in pieces. But he realized, something wasn't right. What is going on? He asked again, this time gasping in shock. I'm going to complete your transformation, Kazuki said. If pulling won't work, then you try pushing. Then he stabbed Naruto into his chest. This will be painful, but try to hold, son. He whispered and pulled out the Hogyoku. Naruto was introduced to the world of pain and darkness. He lost it. How awful. Tessai whispered, sweating. He was witnessing the scene from safe distance. It's for his own good, Yoruichi said. But I have to agree, this is awful. I hope they will last. Both of them. Naruto screamed from all his might before passing out. Naruto opened his eyes. He found himself from the safe and familiar forest of his mind. Like always, it was colored beautifully by autumn colors and momiji leaves floated in the wind peacefully. Kitsune. He turned around to see Kitsune Oit Momiji's real form sitting there. Kitsune. Kitsune Oit Momiji. That's wrong. A new voice shrieked behind him. That's her name. Naruto turned around just in time to evade a fox trying to bite his neck. This fox wasn't anything like the first. It was like an albino fox. Completely white except its red eyes. Kitsune. I need my Zanpakuto. He turned his head again to locate her, but she had disappeared. Who are you? What did you with her? You don't know? The albino fox asked and smirked. I'm your Zanpakuto? The forest around them suddenly started burning with a raging fire. Naruto gulped. What is going on? Tessai asked while quickly forming another barrier around the swirling Ryotsu. I don't know, Yoruichi answered while seeking cover behind him, but you better stay on alert. Why is Owner standing right next to this storm? It might get dangerous. He wants to stay by his side, she answered, for once. They saw how Naruto quickly started transforming into a hollow. This is bad. Naruto was now fighting the albino fox alone with tree branch he had found. He couldn't find his true blade anywhere. The fight was hard. Especially when the fox was so small and agile. It kept biting and clawing him like a dummy all around and he couldn't even scratch it. Why are you doing this? Naruto demanded from the fox. What did you do with the Kitsune Oit Momiji? Kitsune laughed. You still don't understand. I am Kitsune Oit Momiji. Your Zanpakuto, its will to attack. Will to attack? Naruto asked. Yes. There are the two of us. She is your will to protect others and yourself. I am your will to fight and attack and destroy. I want to attack. I want to fight. I want to kill and destroy. Naruto stood there silently while holding his blade defensive. What do you mean by such things? I don't want to fight. I always try to find a peaceful solution and use my Zanpakuto as a last way out. And because of that you suffer every day. You know this yourself, don't you? You know that power inside you. You've known that I'm here. You've known and yet you still to refuse to accept my existence. And that's why you are wrong. The albino fox shrieked. And that's why you're here. That's why you're so weak. Because you gave the control over your blades to that. You forced me to the back. I'm forced to fight that time after time until you finally realize that I'm part of your existence. Until now, we are forced to fight time after time, until you finally die. And preventing you from reaching your true potential. Naruto took a step back. You want me to summon you? Yes. Summon me. And I will defeat that golden and we can fight together like we're supposed to, together forever. Now I know for sure that you're also my Zanpakuto. Naruto muttered and sighed. This is really something annoying. He walked closer. I guess I accept you and your powers as my own. He knelt next to the fox. Come out, Kinha Momiji. A.N. Golden Leaf Autumn. He whispered and the original fox appeared to his side. Snuggling closer. The albino fox shrieked angrily to it and it shrieked back. Show your true self, Jinha Kitsune. A.N. Silver Leaf Fox. He touched the albino fox's head gently and it suddenly turned into a beautiful silver-colored fox. But it didn't stop it from fighting with its golden sister. Then the forest's fire got even more raging and they stopped their bickering. Call us now. They told him in unison. Call us before it's too late. Naruto closed his eyes and stood up. Tatakai tame Hago kara tatakai. Jinha kitsun kinha mamiji. A.N. Fight to protect by fighting. Silver leaf fox golden leaf autumn. Kazuki was sweating. This had been harder than he had thought. First it had only been gigantic amount of Ryotsu flying around, but now Naruto was starting to transform into a hollow and to rampage everywhere. He couldn't attack his own son, so he was forced to evade all the attacks. But that wasn't easy, especially since he was obviously stronger than he had originally expected. Then it stopped. So suddenly that he almost tripped while trying to evade an attack that never came. The smoke cleared and Naruto stood there, wearing a hollow mask, shaped like a fox. Are you okay, Naruto? Kazuki hurried to ask. Did you complete your transformation? The mask started to crumble into ash right in front of him, revealing very tired face. Why you try it? He whispered quietly and lost consciousness. Kazuki took a hold of him before he could crash to the ground. You did well. Kazuki smiled. You've completed your transformation into a Shinigami. Tessai and Yoruichi landed next to him. What now? She asked, her tail swaying back and forward. Kazuki's eye was visible under his hat. We will rest, he smiled proudly. Next day, Naruto was in the training room, fully ready when he pulled his Zanpakuto out of thin air. He liked what it looked like. It was in two pieces. One was normal-looking katana and the other wakizashi. Only thing that united them with the old one was that neither of them had a safeguard. Naruto smirked, placed them to his waist. Tatakai tame Hago kara tatakai. Jinha kitsun kinha mamiji. He pulled both blades out of their scabbards. Katana in his right hand and wakizashi in his left. They transformed into a pair of his old Zanpakutos, but now they both had safeguards. They had beautiful silver and golden lining. For the first time, he couldn't sense the bloodlust coming from them. Now he knew what it meant to control a Zanpakuto. First art. He swung kinha, golden leaf, and created a wall out of mojiji leaves. Second art. He swung jinha, silver leaf, and dozens of shuriken-like mojiji leaves impelled a nearby rock and deeply. He placed both blades close to each other horizontally and swung kinha again. Third art. And suddenly another Naruto stood there, in exact same position as he now. Then he thought of something and sheeted kinha and took a hold of jinha with both hands. He took a firm grip and stance like from textbook. Then he swung the sword couple times like testing. Then after a deep breath. Fourth art. Naruto Dono has been training all morning? Tessai asked while serving the morning tea. Yes. He was so excited to get his new Zanpakuto that he couldn't wait any moment. Kazuki smiled happily when something exploded in the training room. What was that? They rushed downstairs to find very sooty Naruto standing on top of a small crater. Naruto! Kazuki yelled. Are you okay? Slowly, Naruto turned his head and showed his thumb. I'm okay. He smirked. I need to work on that one. That was really reckless. Tessai said while bandaging him up. Trying to learn another move with your Zanpakuto like that. You were lucky you only got second-degree burns. Naruto laughed. I just got this really amazing move in my mind and I thought it would be incredible if I were able to complete it. I see. Kazuki smiled. Then work hard, boy, I'm cheering you on. Thanks, Dad. Naruto yelled childishly and moved downstairs. Yosh. Kazuki smiled proudly as the other two sweat dropped. I think I'm starting to get a hang of this fatherhood stuff, don't you think, Yoruichi-san? I wonder if Jinta and Ururu see me like that too. In any case, I'm going now. Yoruichi answered. Why? I have to look into something. She continued and moved out of the house. I will see you sooner or later. Beware of big dogs. He yelled after her. Then he looked at Tessai. I think you should go and pick our dear helpers up from that camp they went. Of course. He nodded firmly. And what about Naruto Dono? I will take him to Hiriko-san when he's done training. Another explosion erupted downstairs, which might be sooner than I thought. So, what are we doing here? Naruto asked as they entered the old warehouse. You'll find out soon. He smiled and walked forward. Hiriko-san, are you here? Well, look who's here. A figure quickly stepped before them. Kazuki. What the hell do you want? Hey, Dad? Who's that boy? A tick appeared on Hyora's head just before she kicked Naruto's head painfully. Who are you calling a boy you? I'm a girl. Gay like you wouldn't recognize a woman even if beaten to death by one. Calm down. Hiyori-san. Kazuki placed his hand over her shoulder. Forgive my son for that one, he has something to learn about manners. None taken. With Hiyori, you can't tell whatever she's a girl, boy or a gorilla. Hiriko Shinji sat above them. Before Hiyori could retaliate, Naruto had used Shunpo to appear behind him and draw his katana out of its scabbard. There was a loud crash when Hiriko blocked the attack. Oyhoyhoyh. Where are you manners? Not even a hello. Just paying back for last time. Naruto answered with a smirk before jumping back and sheathed his sword but didn't lower his guard. Well, it's nice that you remembered me, but I don't really feel like Fig. Naruto attacked again and pulled his katana again out of its scabbard. Damn your Iaido. Hiriko cursed when he dodged another attack. You made me go through hell last time. I want to return the favor, he answered and touched the scar over his eye. Even though it's not like me to hold a grudge against people, especially after a long time, you really did me in last time, and ever since when I even think about that fight, this scar itches. Ain't that nice? Hiriko muttered when Naruto charged again and attacked. Those two really hit it on. Love said lazily while enjoying the show. Your boy sure has a talent with the sword. Thank you. Kazuki smiled proudly. The way he is fighting, he will be a good add to our group, Kensai muttered. You must have misunderstood something. Everyone looked at Kazuki. I'm not here to give my son to any group. I brought him here to complete his holification process and to see other wizards now that we have time. Much as I expected. Hiriko smirked as he kicked Naruto away. You've improved somewhat since the last time we fought. You can actually fight me. Then took an offensive stance. Now, I'm going slowly push you into the corner and force your hollow self to the surface. We can start working from there. Naruto took a deep breath and unsheathed his wakizashi. Wakizashi in one hand and katana in the other, he took his stance. Yoroshiku onege shimasu. In Seirei, things were inching forward with their own weight. The news of Naruto's disappearance hadn't yet become public knowledge. Tsunade was lazing of her days gambling, drinking, and crying over her son who was leaving her. Shizune tried her best to keep her in line and out of trouble. Haku, Naruto's personal guard, was feeling extremely anxious and nervous. It had been his job to keep Naruto safe during his childhood years, when he had been weaker and most of time in sickbed. They had first met when Naruto had sneaked out of home. He had met this young boy alone from dangerous parts of Rikudou and asked if he would be his friend, giving him a reason to live and by doing so saving him. Ever since, Haku had been Naruto's guard. But without him, there was little to do. Expect gardening, which was starting to bore him already. Izuru, Naruto's former third seat who was now Ichimaru Jin's and Protection Squad's vice captain. He was doing well. People in his squad respected him and listened his orders. Of course he didn't feel that he had quite the same respect he and others had towards their vice captain in the third squad. But he was doing well. Kiba, the new third seat of the third squad, was doing excellent, especially now when Naruto was gone. He was practically the leader of the squad. Aw shit. He yelled infuriated and banged his head to the table. This is so wrong. What's wrong? Kiba-kun, fourth seat Hinata asked quietly while holding some documents. Is something wrong? Our captain, that's what wrong. Our vice captain, that's what wrong, he yelled loudly. But neither of them is here now. NNN Naruto-kun is in the real world and Jiraiya Taiko is. That's exactly what is wrong with them, he ranted. Why am I, the third seat, only third seat, supposed to do both captain and vice captains and my own jobs while they're having fun? Hollow Naruto was crushed on the rocks by Kensai's fist. Jiraiya was protecting his jewels from enraged women he had been peeping on. How is this supposed to be fair? He whined. So unfair, he added with a whimper. You're so troublesome. New co-fourth seat Shikamaru walked in unhappy as always when interrupted his cloud watching. Izuru didn't complain. Naruto didn't complain. Hinata doesn't complain. I complain more than enough. Kiba muttered back. Anyway, I wish I could get some action too. But no. I have to babysit this bunch of idiots all day long. Fourth seats exchanged looks and sighed. Please, Naruto. Come back to us before that idiot kills us. Or we kill him. In the 4th Squad barracks, Sakura, Inoue and the new Vice Captain Katetsu Izan and Captain Senju Retsu were going on with their lives. Sasuke had been promoted to the 4th seat of the 1st Squad. Matsumoto was bored as hell. Now that her Naru-chan was gone, she didn't have anything to do for now. She smiled childishly when she thought how things had been between her and him. It wouldn't take forever for him to realize that she was there for him and that they belonged together. But now, she was bored and had nothing to do. Well, maybe not nothing. There was her captain. And her squad. She could always play with them. And of course, her greatest enemy. Nanao-chan. She smiled as she recognized the girl in front of her, carrying a book. Matsumo Fukutaichu. She corrected her glasses and greeted her with freezing tone. What brings you here? Ooh, nothing. She smiled happily. I was just thinking about my Na-chan and how he must be heartbroken right now. Alone in the real world knowing that his girlfriend isn't waiting for him when he finally gets back. What's your point? Nanao asked angrily. Nothing. Matsumoto said innocently. I can't remember how my and Naruto-san's business have anything to do with you. Naruto-san. Sounds so distant and cold. She thought out loud. I'm his best friend, you remember? Or is it that you can't even pretend to care enough about him to remember that? Nanao clutched her teeth tightly. Anything else? Nothing. Nice talking to you. She smiled happily and danced away. I wonder what Naru-chan is thinking right now. You, me? I'm tired. Naruto whispered beaten when the mask turned into ash. Tired. Ramen. Tired. No, little ramen. Nanao gulped her anger down and tried to stay calm. This as much as she should have expected. It even hadn't been the first time when someone was questioning if she and Naruto were still a couple. And the truth is, she had that same question. Unfortunately, no one, but he could really answer it. She crashed down to the floor, leaning to the wall. The lone corridor was the perfect place for this. How did it turn out like this? First they had been all romantic, just the two of them. Then, slowly, just like she had predicted when the first attraction started to fade, problems started to arise. First, his family. She had only met his mother few separate occasions but they all had ended her practically throwing her out. And it didn't really help that Naruto tried his best to stay out of the fight. Not that she could really blame him. Of course it would be hard to go against either your mother or girlfriend. Secondly, his friends. Nanao didn't really get along with the few people who he spent time with. Especially since almost everyone she knew was in the Shinigami Men's Association, she couldn't show any weakness to them. She had luckily kept Naruto out of it. Third reason had just ruined her day. Matsumoto. Before, Nanao had been very neutral with her but after they had started dating, it was all-out war between them. Of course, they remained civilized because of Naruto. That idiot couldn't see the most obvious thing in the world. And he had demanded that the two of them would be friendly with each other. That was of course on the surface. Or, it should be. When they were in the same room, they would speak politely but subtly insult one another. Naruto would think it as a friendly conversation. That idiot. She sighed. But she couldn't bring herself to hate him. On the contrary, she missed him so much now. She quietly stood up and continued her errand what had been interrupted. While Naruto was trying to gain control of his new powers, everyone was going on with their lives. Haruno Yachiru, 11th Squad's vice captain, Haruno Sakura's older sister was living happily on the shoulders of her Ken-chan. Naruto woke up in his own bed. Pain in his body reminded him that yesterday wasn't a dream. He had been training hard with other wizards but now he had returned home. He had also met two other residents of the house, Jinta and Ururu. So when he walked into the dining room and sat down, he was eating his breakfast in a small, cramped room. That was the very moment Kazuki told a very strange order to his son. You want me to go to school? Naruto asked, shocked that he dropped his chopsticks. Have you been eating Tessay remedies again? Tessay glasses glittered but he ignored that. Of course not, Kazuki yelled and waved his fan childishly. I just realized that you're 15-year-old boy, in this world anyway, who has been doing nothing but having fun at home for all this time. You should go and enjoy your youth with other teenagers while you still can. But what about home and my mission? I'm still with the Gote 13. It will be fine if you don't go there now. What? Naruto narrowed his eyes. Well, to be honest, you can't go. Not anymore at least. Naruto, Kazuki covered his face. Last time wizards were found in Seirei, they were condemned to be treated as hollows and were almost executed. He said with a dark voice. And I doubt they would judge you any differently. Naruto crashed on the floor. You mean I'm an outlaw? For the time being, yes. Kazuki nodded to others and they left the room. Jinta had to be dragged out. Naruto, I need to tell you something about how and why everything is the way they are. What you mean? He could see his father's eye. I need to tell you a story, from 100 years ago, and he told how Aizen had planned the disappearances of tens of souls and how he had managed to transform Hiriko and others into wizards. How he himself had tried to revert the process and how he and Tessai were framed. How Yoruichi had saved them. How they had left all their lives behind and escaped. And that's how we ended up here, but can't we prove that you guys are innocent? How? Kazuki asked. They didn't believe us the last time. I doubt they would now. We don't have any evidence. Then what are we supposed to do? Just sit here and wait. I have a life out there, a girlfriend, a family. What should I do? Forget them? Kazuki sighed. Naruto, I'm not forcing you into anything, but I want you to know the consciences of your actions if you go back. For one, soon as you find out, you're treated as a hollow and executed. What will those people around do, when that will happen? Abandon you. Or worse, try to save you. Naruto gulped. I'm not saying these things because I want to be a total. I want you to be safe. Kazuki placed his hand to his shoulder. We will think of something before long. Naruto covered his face with his hands. What can I do? Kazuki smiled. Get dressed, go to school and live a life like a normal person. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.